All right. Let's see here. Let me do some quick stream work, I suppose. Hold on. Get the music going. Hold on. Believe should we do some should we do okay, so I have two sound or not soundtracks. I have two fucking playlists that I can go from. We can either do the music that I used to do before, or I can do a new track, which arguably I wouldn't really mind listening to, but I don't know. Copyright free music to me sometimes sounds not as spiritually lifting, I suppose. I don't know. Hold on. Let me see what vibe we're feeling, I guess. Hold on. This will either be the worst music ever, or it will be something decent. But it's a lot better than hearing nothing at all. By the way, how is my mic? Oh, what's up? Mercury? It's been a long time. Is my mic okay? I haven't streamed in a long time. I have no idea if like my mic is like blowing the hell up on stream. Ah, cool, cool. By the way, Mercury, you have been promoted. You're a mod. Surprise! You're fucking employed, motherfucker. I'm just kidding. Fucking. Let's see here. But yeah. It comes with no obligations, you know. If you want to come on stream and moderate, feel free. If not, you know, I can do it, of course, whatever. You know. Fucking gives you power in case you want to, you know, come on here and tell someone to go fuck themselves, take them to the curve, you know. Like, I'm gonna call it the unfireable position. Because, like, you know, fucking. Essentially, I'm starting over on streaming, technically. When you take a break on streaming, right? Like, when you come back. Actually, that's not even true. What's up with the names up top? Oh, those are the previously followed people of the channel and whatnot. Like, should probably have something up there stating that, but I don't know. I might take that away, honestly. It's kind of distracting. But, but yeah. So basically, on Twitch, right? Like, there is no algorithm, kind of. It's just when you go to a plat or a category, right? They kind of just recommends you whatever the hell, right? So starting at any point really doesn't matter. Even if you take a break, it's YouTube that kicks you in the ass if you take a break for too long and whatnot. Also on YouTube, right? I kind of realized that me uploading fucking YouTube shorts, streams, and other crap, right? Three different versions of content, right? It was fucking us. Right? It was fucking us. Like, you know, we there was a time where we had like almost 30,000 some people watching us and like through shorts alone throughout a month, right? Then I realized when VODs go up and they get like 5 views because it's like a fucking 5 hour long stream and no one's sitting through all that, right? That tells YouTube or YouTube that the channel sucks ass. And so it kind of like kicks the fucking shorts down to the bottom again. So I realized as I was doing shit right, like, it was like, yeah, fucking, we're kicking ass. Next stream, YouTube's like, oh, what? Wait, hold on. Never mind. Push him back down. Upload like 5 shorts afterwards, right? Oh, yeah, he's back up again. Next stream. What the fuck's wrong with this kid? You know? Like, Christ. Anyway, let's get some music up here. Also, I am gonna be turning off that previously followed, as much as it is appreciated. I feel like for this overlay here, YouTube is constantly, oh yeah, it is constantly inconsistent and whatnot. That's kind of why I want to throw my videos up to 3 different channels, right? The shorts, the VODs, then anything edited, you know? Like, we call it. Because, like, it literally is that case. And I realize why a lot of YouTubers, right, they always go off and, they, they have, like, 6 different channels, right, for, like, different types of content, right? And that's just one of the reasons why. Just, like, if, we call it, if someone were to upload a short film on their popular music channel, it would probably tank their viewership or whatever, you know? If one or the other doesn't get a whole lot of views, you know? Or not, or comparably doesn't get a whole lot of views. But let's see here. Let me go over to this epic sound mic something. Hold on. Counts, music, saved. This is gonna be either bad or good. Okay, hold on, it's too loud. Let's see here. Alright. Let me know if the music is, like, too loud or something like that. Also, I have a plan. I have a kind of a interesting idea for how we can do art streams and whatnot on here. That has to do with the webcam, right? So you know how some people kind of like put the webcam up on like a ring light or something like that, so you can kind of see like what's being drawn, right? Well, I can't do that because the lights make reflections off my drawn tablet, right? So I had a even shittier idea. I had an even shittier idea. We're gonna see how this works. If it works out well, then we might continue with this idea. But if not, I guess we won't do it again. I don't know. Hold on. This will either be really shit or really fucking bad, and definitely not something you probably won't want to do on a stream back. You know? Let me try this out. And let me first at least open up OBS to the max so I can like see what the hell is gonna happen here. So either be really, really bad, or like just yeah. Where is it? All right. See the idea. Oh, is it showing the whole thing? Let's see here. The idea is that it's now POV, kind of. Yeah, that's it. All right. So basically, the idea is like, you know, y'all see this shit from my perspective and whatnot, you know? This would help out a little bit if, like, something goes wrong on, like, OBS or, like, whatever the hell platform, whatever the hell monitor, right? But yeah, that's gonna be the, new, 3D sandwich way, I suppose, I guess. But yeah. Again, that way, you know, y'all can see everything, you know, you can see the type of beer that I'm smoking. Oh, I don't know. Just correct your screen. Monitors make sense. Your stream. See here. Correct. Oh, hold on. So that monitor is like right here or not. I don't know. I just we call it recording a screen on a camera, right? You're not gonna get the best quality, I think. I don't know. I'm trying this shit out. But yeah, now y'all can see what kind of beer I'm drinking, the type of smokes I'm smoking. No. No. Let's see here. Yeah. So here. Let me go over here. Let me go over. Make sure we're on the right one. Yeah, okay, cool. So let me see here though. Alright. See, I'm gonna go through OBS and whatnot, or Discord, and make sure things are being said. It's 3D, yeah. Hold on. Whatever. Let's see here. Let me make sure that I'm actually I gotta send my links out, you know? My Discord links. But goddamn what do you call it? Channel links and whatnot. Y'all will be able to see exactly. Y'all will be able to see. Oh, great, cool. See exactly what is going on. There you go. There you go. Fucking whatever. Alright, but yeah, it is in 3D. Let me get my this thing back up. I thought the shelf was drawing. Oh, let's see here. Oh yeah, no. So this is the new style that I'm going for, by the way. Like basically, see here. I'm basically going for like a Borderlands type feel, you know? But yeah. Let me actually, I wish I could show, actually I can't show you, hold on. Sam Stride. Thank you. So basically this is what we're going to be doing with the animation or not, you know? Instead of like going for a, whatchamacallit. Instead of going for just PBR, which is basically physical-based rendering, of course we're going for stylized. Which means that it's a little bit more viable, in a way. Because normally you're using, like, 6 different texture maps for your models, right? With this, you're only using about 3. And which means, you know, with less textures to have to render in, at least for the game engine, the less time it'll take to compute everything, of course. Let me see here. What's this one? But yeah, we are working on a series now. The game is going to be on the background though, or in the background or whatever. But hold on, let me move the lights. Let's see here. Go for matte cap. Just get rid of the glow or the cell shading. But yeah, the idea, of course, is everything is gonna be made with base color, emissive maps, and maybe some normal maps. I feel like with the stylized texture, we don't really need normal maps. Normal maps only dictates light, really, so I don't think it's going to be necessary, considering we're going to be doing a lot of comic book, like, you know, like lines and whatnot, so it should be okay. Normal maps are probably one of the most expensive maps to use. Now, for animation, I'm not too concerned about that. I'm more concerned about, like, render time and whatnot, because the animations I want to try and produce, they're around 5 to 10 minutes long per episode. 7 episode series just to start out with. Are you doing 3D, 2D animation? 3D. 3D, but it's gonna be kind of like Borderlands, you know? But yeah. So basically, what do you call it? My main concern when it comes to animation, right, is, like, rendering time. Rendering time is a bitch, alright? There's some bitch out here, alright? Like, just to put in perspective, right, to... see here. In order to render out... see here. This 1 minute this 1 minute just glow effect of the guy's helmet or the guy's hat, right? This took about 16 minutes, right? It doesn't seem like a whole lot of time when you consider the fact that this is a 1 minute animation, and in the animation there's gonna be a whole lot of crap happening, right? Like, doing the math per frame, it would probably take about a good 14 days of time. 14 days of hours to render out at max a 10-minute animation. That is if we don't have any re-renders. And best believe that's probably gonna happen, you know? And I did some testing, alright? With Maya, the time would approximately be around 14 to 25 days of rendering per episode. For Blender, it'd be about 6 hours. For Unreal Engine 5, which you can animate the scenes in Maya, then transport it into Unreal, and then Unreal, you can finish it off there with the lighting and everything else, right? Unreal can render out a 10-minute animation in less than 15 minutes. Based on whatever the hell we have. Like, Unreal is going to be faster, is what I'm trying to say. Blender is efficient, don't get me wrong. If I had a lot of Blender experience, I probably would be using that, but I don't. So it's like, I'm taking what I know out of Maya, using that to animate the series, and then I'm going to be finishing it off in Unreal. But before we get there, I gotta make the scenes, make the characters, all that stuff. And what the series is about, what the series is about is monsters trying to run a retro-style diner. Or not retro-style diner. Like an old-style diner, alright? In a monster-filled world. Basically, it's not like, you know, some Game of Thrones type stuff. It's kind of like Waffle House, the animated series. It's crazy as that sounds. It's basically Waffle House, but in a monster-filled world where everyone's monster forms, it brings more problems in their lives than good. Like, if you got turned into like a werewolf or some shit like that, you know, like, every full moon, it'll be, like, the worst hangover of your life. If you're a vampire, now you can't walk out in the middle of the day. If you get hit by, like, certain kinds of light, you get fried. Yeah, you get on this, like, blood craze, kind of like an addict, you know? If you're a zombie, you're more susceptible to head trauma and whatnot. Also, you lose a bit of IQ points, right? Like, basically, it's supposed to be a satire comedy with a Borderlands like theme to it, you know, or with the style and whatnot. But yeah, it should be cool. We're gonna have a cast of 3 characters, three main characters. We have, it's gonna sound really weird. Yeah. It's gonna sound really weird because I know we have a character in stream called Linda, but we're gonna have a different Linda in, the Monster Diner. She is the waitress. Let me go over the cast, I guess. We have 3 characters, right? We have the boss/manager, Steven S. Ryder. He is the werewolf. He's kind of like a Ron Swanson type, if you will, like from Parks and Rec. Then you have Linda Knightley, the vampire waitress. This jaded character I would describe kind of like, I guess like the typical jaded character from any show, like Gwen from Total Drama, I guess, or any goth character, I guess, you know. The whole idea for her is like, in this diner where like people have like complicated issues, right? She doesn't care. Like a guy could come in there, say that his name is Alucard. She knows it's Dracula, and she'll probably be like, "All right, motherfucker, you're just take a goddamn seat. No one cares, you know." You know, the idea of her is like the dark character. Then you have Benjamin Butler, who is the spider. He is the cook, the only cook, who has a weed addiction. Who is kind of like Randy Marsh and Hyde. Hyde from that 70s show and Randy Marsh from South Park. And yeah. Right now, I am writing the episodes of that series. Right now, I'm like wrapping up episode 2 on the script. But, you know, it's been fun. But yeah. Let's see. I'm going to my OBS so I can at least see. Make sure everything is going smoothly. Alright, cool. Alright, let's go. So, I'm going to explain how I am... Let's see here. How I am... texturing all this real quickly. So basically, the method is just simple as it goes, alright? You basically have 3 colors, right? 3 colors and then the black outline, of course. You have your main color, a dark color, and then a light color on multiply. That way you technically have 4 colors, or 5, depending on how you want to spin it. But essentially what that allows us to do... Here, let me actually do a little example here. With a hardened brush, with some jittery... Alright. So this, the first color, that's our base. Second color, that is our light shadow. The color that is on the multiply setting, that is our... kind of like a shadow enhancer, if you will. Let's see here. And what that creates... Let's see here. What that creates for us is a... kind of like a gradient of shade and whatnot. So from a distance, it can just look like well, not natural shadows, but like, you know, that comic book like feel to it. But yeah. This also means that we don't necessarily have to do a bunch of high polys because we're gonna have to be doing this anyway. Doing a bunch of outline stuff. But yeah. So here's what we're gonna do. Everything's already outlined on the pillars here, or like its supports. So all I have to do really is go in with the... I'm gonna call it the multiply midtone. Let's go in with a pretty sizable brush size, and let's just start texturing with distance on. Because that way I can kind of like direct the whole thing easier. And then it's gonna be topped off with a bunch of, I'm not joking with you, just squiggly lines, alright? Which looks like a fucking anorexic got on here and just had a stroke. But that's part of the design, believe it or not. But yeah. The reason why I'm working on this, I said this on Discord, of course, but like, the reason why I'm working on a series now instead of the game is because I feel more confident in this project more than the game. Because, like, you know, I don't want to fall in line with, like, a bunch of indie devs who, like, work 10 years on a game. Yeah. I haven't played Rivals before, but I love the art style. That's kind of what inspired this. but I also like Telltale's The Walking Dead, the old seasons, right? That's kind of what this is based off of as well. But yeah, I'm trying to put my own spin on it. But the reason why I'm going for an animated series now instead of a game is just because I have more confidence that I can make this work more than the game at this point, you know? Because I don't want to be like grouped up with the damn indie devs, right? Who work on a game for like 5-10 years, right? They release it and they looks at the game took like maybe 5 minutes to come out, you know? Like, I'd rather work on a game when I'm confident that we have something good, something stable, than just have a bunch of decent ideas and hope to God that it works, you know? You could also do a dispatch and have it be close to your adventure kind of thing with events. That is true. That is true. The one thing I always say about 3D modeling, right, is everything here is basically... It's very multi-purpose in a way, you know? Like, I could very well use this technique that I'm doing here with this, library scene here and just put it towards a game in the future, you know? But ideally, because one thing that kind of makes indie deving kind of hell, right, is like, that I kind of realize is like, let's say for some reason the game does, like, kick off, right? If it did. Like, and people want more. But it's taken me so long to release such amount of content, right? That wouldn't really be too viable because, I mean, perspective is like karma, right? From everyone's perspective, it would look like you could just have anything in a game, right? When in actuality, it could take a lot of time to implement even the smallest things, you know? Like, it could take a small team, like, a full couple months to implement one map, right? And in my opinion, see here. Ooh. On. Are you able to see that, Mercury? Whoops. Here. Let me, give you your first task, Mercury. Ban that motherfucker. There you go. Sweet. Thank you. I allowed it so you can feel the power. If you want to delete it, ban the guy, kick the guy, time the guy out for however long, go right ahead. Alright, there is no rules against the mod stuff, you know? If there's ever a person who you're not sure if you can ban or kick whatever the hell, you know, just ask me, it's whatever. But generally, if something happens, right, like an accident or some shit, it's okay, you know? But yeah. He is banned for life. Hell yeah. I'll let you do the honors if you need me to show you how to ban someone, how to assassinate someone. Let me know. But yeah. By the way, you and Karma are both mod. So yeah. I don't know. Just because. But yeah. Just saying that. Hold on. Could I do a symmetry with this? I kind of want to. Let's see. Can we make the symmetry? I was wondering if Karma gonna show up. She might. I'm not sure. If she does, I almost kind of want to wait and see how long it takes her to realize she has mod now. Because, we call it, I kind of like, for a long time I was thinking to myself, you know, man, we call it the mod status, right? It'd be more warranted if we had a bunch of people here, you know, just, you know, doing stuff, right? Like if we had like 10 people, then I would probably have mods. Then I realized, what the fuck am I doing? Like, I don't know. I kind of realized that the way I was streaming before and my actions, what I was doing, right? I was doing every like choice decision I made was the shittiest one. Like, it was just the shittiest fucking decision. Like, I remember too, like, whenever we were trying to get affiliation, right? We would have like 7 viewers, right? And, or however many. And I would want to write it out, you know, until like, we call it. Write it out until like, you know, the last person leaves, you know, because I don't want to like cancel I don't want to end the stream when we have like so many people already in stream, right? When the first half of stream we had like barely anyone in, right? So it was like, I want to write this whole thing out, you know? Be here until people don't want to be here, you know? You know, just to make sure everyone got their fill. And I remember, you know, we were trying to get like affiliation at that time. And I realized, wait a minute, if I keep this going until I have like no one left in chat, Twitch is gonna look at that and think, hey, this man's stream just fucking bombed. Like, I realized, like, everything that I did was just a shitty decision. But yeah. That isn't the reason why I left, by the way. Fucking, we call it, see here. But yeah, the reason why I mostly left, part of the reason why is mostly because of medical stuff, but like, we call it, mostly because I got burnt the fuck out, you know? Mostly probably because of the medical stuff. But, you know, I'm going back to trying to go back to the 3-day-a-week schedule. Doing something new every stream. And trying to keep it consistent. And, yeah. The only thing with this project now that I'm kind of... Sorry, Sandwich Live comes first. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Again, it's been a weird fucking couple months, honestly. Like, but yeah. The only thing I'm really kind of worried about comes to the animated series, right, is just voice acting, you know? Like, I am perfectly fine just going on, what's that? Fiverr and just hiring a bunch of voice actors to voice the characters, right? But I'm also trying to find, you know, people I could trust, right? My friend is trying to voice act some characters. Yo, send them to the Discord if you... And I'll try and hook them up with a demo script and whatnot. I have to make demo scripts for every character just because I want to give, you know, people who voice the characters... Sweet. Like, we call it. You know, you have, call it, right now, for the series, we have a bunch of monsters we need voices for. Not necessarily, like, you know, growling or, like, whatever. These are mostly humanoid-style creatures or not, you know? They just have, like, monster-like parts on them, you know? Like, the werewolf guy, Steven, he has, like, a bunch of fur on him, you know? But yeah. We need someone to voice Linda, the vampire, Steven, a headless horseman, a bunch of snowmen, a harpy, a mummy, and a couple zombies. The ones who voice... Anyone who voices a zombie right could honestly be anyone who voices another character right. I'm completely accepting to people voicing multiple characters if they want, you know, as long as the voices are distinct, you know? Distinct between each other. But yeah. He is from the server. Awesome. Sweet, thank you. But yeah. Basically, what do you call it? God. So the way it would work, right, the recording for voice lines, ideally I would want... I'll take whatever I can get, honestly. I don't mind if I have to record it on Discord, but preferably I would like to avoid the Discord relay, right? And have the voice actors kind of record their own voice, right? It doesn't have to be edited, it doesn't have to be perfect, you know, just record, you know, we all get in a group call, people come on whenever they can, you know, whenever they feel like they want to voice a character, and we do scenes based off of who's available and who's ready, of course. That's how, ideally, I think it would work out. Because, I don't have a recording booth, you know? I mean, I kind of do, but, like, I don't classify my own voice to be worthy of one of the characters in the animation, you know? I'm not sure where I would even fit, honestly. Every character, I kind of have an idea about what their voice would sound like, but when it comes to, you know, meeting people and hearing their voice right, like, it's very possible that I'm probably gonna, you know, switch focuses on some characters for someone else's voice, you know? Like, I don't know. Like, Steven's supposed to be like a Ron Swanson type, but if someone else kind of fits the bill but isn't a Ron Swanson type, they got the role, alright? They got him, you know? Basically, I'm not too picky on voice roles. Voice roles or voices or whatever, you know? So if he wants a character, he's got one, you know? And, yeah. And of course, the series would be going up on YouTube as an episodic thing. It would be 7 episodes, each episode around 5 to 10 minutes long. And we'd see how the series works, you know, on YouTube. But yeah. Not to say that this is the only series we'll be working on, right? Ideally, I want to work on more in the future, but, you know, this is like, you know, starting grounds. This is what we're doing. But yeah. All to say, you know, this project isn't the only thing to voice, you know? So if someone comes on, their voice doesn't match a character, it doesn't mean I won't, you know, call them back for something else, you know? I feel like a lot of times in, I watched a lot of, like, interview podcasts and whatnot, and it always seems like a lot of people who sign up for, like, roles, right? They're always like, oh, I'm never gonna get the role, right? Never gonna get it. And I feel like a lot of people might get discouraged because they might not fit a role. But if you just simply you simply, you know, come to me wanting to voice a character, and there's nothing that I feel like you would fit in with the series, there will absolutely be another role for you. Looking for voice actors, you should make some character cards, like their name, talk example. Oh yeah, no, believe me. Here, God, I would put it up actually. I don't know where the hell this would be put up. Ah, fuck it. Believe me, I have a hold on. So for a demo script, I include everything that would need to be known and whatnot. So here. Put this on a main monitor. So here. So basically, in every demo script that I have, I go over. I'm just gonna put this in black and white mode. I go over. Let's see here. Hold on. See here. I go over the lore, the series concepts, the main cast of characters, who you'll likely be interacting with and whatnot, what the character sounds like, their vibe, a character breakdown of them throughout the series, like, archetype, vibe, physicality, texture and delivery in their voice lines and whatnot. And then I include, a scene where they're just by themselves, but then a scene where they're interacting with other people, I give them the full breakdown of the character, more than what they probably need, honestly, but, we call it, yeah. What I might do is, take the demo scripts, though, put them on the Discord server, and just allow people to go over and read them, I'm gonna do that, Mercury. It's a good idea. But yeah. I had to make one for every character, which I'm fine with, The only thing is like, we call it, I kind of want to have a bunch of scenes that would be in. Oh yeah, the show is gonna be insane. I think. Hopefully, it'll be insane. Like, what I did, right? I know how I write scripts, right? May not be part of. If you plan on having anything in 2D in the show, I'm down to animate them. Honestly, I might. Like. I am full. Like, this series, I plan to make it be kind of universal, when it comes to like, all types of arts, Like, I'm gonna have to pull out some graphic design style, stuff for this, because it's a monster diner. I had to make a bunch of fucking logos for this shit, right? I gotta make the monster diner sign, a bunch of crap, right? Menus. What I could do, which would be absolutely, I think it'd be fun, I could have some arcade machines in the diner where on the little display screen, right, fucking, there might be some, or the display screen on like the side, right, like the art on the side of the arcade machine might be some 2D characters. Could be yours, could be something you want to promote, could be something you want to showcase and whatnot, as I am down to do that, like, because like, why not, But yeah, and I know the way I'm like writing scripts, right? Even though I didn't really show much of it, I know how I write scripts, right? It may not come off as a professional, right? Like, we call it what I did during my break, right? I have just been studying like scripts and whatnot. If I the sandwich must go. All right, man. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate seeing you again after all this time. Take care. But yeah, I have been. I'm gonna keep talking for the VOD, But gotta go get some formal clothing ready for work, especially in a couple weeks. Oh, nice. Hope that goes. I'll join back when I'm home if you're still here. All right. I plan on streaming for a good 3 hours, so I might be. I'm still open to, if the stream's popping right, I'm still open to, you know, going longer, but probably not the 8 hours I used to go, you know? Like, that sounds a little bit much. But yeah, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate seeing you again. Good luck on the job, you know? I know you already got the job, but like, you know, anything can happen, I guess. I don't know. But yeah. Anyway, I've been going into script writing and whatnot. Not like, well, for this series, of course, right? But I've been studying scripts. Trying to look into them, you know, what is needed, what is preferred, you know, all that stuff. For the sole purpose of giving whoever reads it, voices it, whoever is trying to work with it, right? There is plenty to go on, plenty to, you know, plenty of stuff to gauge the idea of what is being asked for, you know? Or what is being, we call it, what is being asked for? Put my finger up here. Hold on. That's what I remember. My camera is like right up here. I'm not this tall in real life, by the way. Like, the way that I have the scripts written right is for, we call it, to be specific on like what is needed for the voice actors to have fun with it, you know, be creative with the voices, right? It's not completely like stern on like what is wanted, right, or what is needed. It's just, you know, we call it creative control. What is being perceived in the animation, and we call it a perfect structure and whatnot. And the reason why I say my scripts may not be professional is because of the fact that I'm fine breaking professionalism if it pushes more towards convenience for people reading or trying to work with the script, you know? Because at the end of the day, right, it's my script, right? I know what the hell is supposed to be there. I should know what the hell is supposed to be there, right? It shouldn't matter if it is professional. It should matter if it is readable to someone else, you know? It's kind of like the digital debt is what they call it in like all this project stuff, right? It's like you want to design stuff with the pure idea that someone else might be working on it later on, you know? But yeah. By the way, when it comes to this animation, I am currently right now, I'm the only one modeling it, alright? For anyone who comes on this VOD and is new to the channel, alright? But yeah. It's gonna be fun. I am more confident in this animation than with the game, primarily because I have worked on animations before, not successful ones, but I have done something like this before. For the game, I was just a simple modeler, honestly. But yeah. See here. Anyway, let's get hard into this, alright? Let's get cracking. See here. But yeah. Turn up the distance here. I took away the lines here because I kind of want to do my own lines, you know, here. Because I feel like this kind of looks like rust, which is rust. It's metallic curvature and whatnot. But as a placeholder, I think, you know, it's, I think it's alright as a placeholder. I think. I don't know. If I want that pure comic book-like energy, we need to do this by hand. Let's see here. God, see here. But yeah. So the way this works, right, is I just take the comic book lines and I jot on the edges of the model using the wireframe and spot it up by the curvature that I have baked onto the map and whatnot. So the reason why this is probably going to be an easier project to work on is because we don't necessarily have to do a whole bunch of high poly work, right? When it comes to 3D modeling, right, there are 3 kinds of baking when it comes to a model. There is low poly, mid, and high. Mid is where you just have the plain model, no additional details. We're talking like a coffee cup, right? There's not going to be a whole lot of detail on a coffee cup unless that is a very fancy-ass coffee cup, right? That would be that would call for a low poly because it's not really... there's not much focus to it, you know? It's like, it's a coffee cup, what do you want, you know? A high poly is something like, maybe... we call it... what would be a good high poly? Like, car radiator, and car engine, something with a lot of parts, you know? Something... a lot of... what do you call it? A lot of pieces that need to be defined. See here. Trying to look around if I have anything that would be worthy of a high poly. Like this would be a low poly model. Low poly model and bake, you know? If we have something like this here controller, this would probably be a mid poly bake. Because, let's face it, right, this isn't really going to be the center of attention unless it's going to be part of, like, a ad, right? Then you probably would make this a high poly. But for, like, let's say you're in Jimmy's room from GTA 5, right? This is probably going to be a low poly, but if it's the center of attention by some degree, maybe Jimmy's playing on it, right? This might be considered a mid poly, all right? Same for something like this here, sandwich stuffed animal. Mid poly or maybe low poly. High poly, I don't think I have anything on my desk that would be of that quality. The keyboard wouldn't really count. You wouldn't really spend polygons on like the goddamn keys, right? That seems like a lot of work for nothing. I don't know. High poly, you have a lot of small parts that need to be defined. We're talking about, you know, your carvings in walls, your glyphs, your sewing details on clothing, your fabrics, call it leather bits, right? Little tiny breakages in leather. But yeah. That is to go over mid and low poly. But because a lot of low polys, they rely on normal maps to translate those details, right? Normal maps and ambient occlusion. We technically don't need it, you know? We don't really need to do any high polys, just mid polys. Which, if you ask me, going from making a... what call it? Going from trying to make sewing needles or sewing threads, right? Sewing threads, you know, linings and wood, or what do you call it? Anything that has to do with a micro detail, with it covering almost the whole model, to just not that. I guess It's a lot better. It's just a lot better in my opinion, you know? Like, essentially, I am moving from a project that would have killed me to a doable project, a doable one that is 100% possible in one way or another. But yeah. Let's see here. Also, I have more experience in like prop modeling for games, but honestly, those models could also have been used in animation as well. You know? In animation too, right? Like, what do you call it? For a polygon, the difference between animation modeling and modeling for games when it comes to polygon count is that for games, of course, right, you have a very limited budget, so the game doesn't blow up someone's computer at home, right? That's very important. Some games don't abide by that sometimes, right? You know who you are. Hold on. My set is falling apart. Well, let me, something here. These books aren't here for no reason. I don't read them, but... Oh, hold on. Alright. Got you. But yeah. The difference... What was I saying before? The difference between modeling for games and animation, right? For games, there's a polygon count, there's a budget, you know, you don't want to go over budget on on your assets, right? You want to go as low as possible so your players' computers don't blow up. That's very important. For animation, there is no polygon count, but you still shouldn't go overboard. You should only be using the amount of polygons you need to get the details out, you know? So if I have like a floor, a flat floor, there's no bumps, there's no tension, it's just a flat surface, right? We better be using 2 polygons or just a flat plane for that entire floor, because every polygon is kind of a resource when it comes to rendering. Rendering is going to try and calculate for everything in the scene, right? And that includes polygon count. And I think that's kind of the reason why Maya might be a little bit slower than Blender, I think, because in Maya, everything can be animated. Everything can be animated. And I mean, so many things. You can render the exposure, the lighting. You can render how the rotation of just a single axis of a model. You can animate the focus of a goddamn camera. You can put a keyframe on basically anything. You can even put a keyframe on if your UVs change mid-animation. I'm talking about the UV shells, you know? Like, it is insane in Maya, but also very unnecessary. For the most part, you know? And I think one of the reasons why Maya kind of is slower than Blender is probably because it has so many things to check, you know? Like, just because something isn't in a scene doesn't mean the program isn't checking, you know? Because, what do you call it? Then again, all programs are kind of made differently, you know? But, you know. All programs are made differently, so it could be a completely different reason, but from what I picked up in Maya, it goes over everything. Like, what do you call it? Like, I could animate the walls turning from red to whatever the hell color I want. Like, it's insane. But also in Unreal, they also have this thing called post-processing, or a post-processor. I think is what it's called, which basically allows the same thing, but it's not as we call it it's not as time consuming, I should say. In Unreal, I feel like the benefits I'll get out of that when we're animating in there is that they have different lighting types. You have your static light, your automatic light, and then your animating light, or motion light, I think is what they called it. Static light is for objects that will not be moving in your scene, meaning the shadow will stay the same behind it, or the lighting, I suppose. Animation light or movement light is for things that are moving. Static lights are for basically a combination of both and whatnot. That is the sweet spot. Static lights cost less. If we're talking like how much it wears down on the software. It goes this, right? It goes static light. That is the lowest costing light. Movement lights are expensive. In most games, you probably only have like one of those in your scene, if any. While we call it station lights, they're kind of like both. Like we call it it's not like static and whatnot, where like we call it where the shadow stays in place, right? Like, the best way I can describe it is, like, we call it, if you had a character standing in front of a static light, and the character moves, whatever shadow was placed on that character with that static light is going to stay there, whether if the character moves or not. If you have a motion light, the shadow will move. It'll move in perfect image. If you have a stationary light, the shadow will move, but it won't be as crisp, clear as a motion light, if that makes sense. Like, they call it. I'm still learning about Unreal, alright? I'm not the master at it, but from what I've learned so far about, like, lighting and other crap in that software, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of more straightforward than Maya's lighting. So for Maya, I'm gonna be animating or keyframing, I suppose, the rigged models, the movements and whatnot. Basically, the scene will be made in Maya, but then the lighting, the fancy effects, and all that stuff, it will all be done within Unreal. Unreal 5, to be specific, you know? Which, believe it or not, Unreal it has many uses and whatnot, you know? It's not just for games. Is this Christmas? Hold on. Is it? Hold on. They threw a Christmas track in my playlist. Those jackasses. I'm just kidding. It's whatever. We good. We good. Alright. Let's see here. Let's go. Let me make sure, let me change this thing. Hold on. Hold on. Texturing. Like Telltale, I guess. Texturing. Comic. Like texturing. 3D texturing, I guess. I don't know. All right. Let's take off rigging for now. We'll keep animation as a tag. Text string. There you go. All right. We're doing that. Let's go. By the way, that character on the side right there. Hold on. I need to get my fucking OBS thing opened up. Hold on. But the character over there, that's the character we're going to be trying to rig, by the way. That's all the way over there. Alright? Just to, you know, show. Which, by the way, I'm gonna see how it goes, but I might not work on every step of the process on stream, you know? There are certain points where I feel like it will cause stream to drag, you know? Like, Apology, you know? Apology, if I can help it, as in bypass it by some way, is one of the more... It's a straightforward process, but I also feel like it's one of the parts of modeling where it's just like, it's not the funnest thing to watch, you know? So I might be skipping those portions, you know? Any portion where I deem it not being too exciting to watch, right? Or whatever the hell, I might skip those and just move on to a different model, right? Where there is a part where I feel like I want to show off, you know? That's kind of how I feel about most of this modeling stuff, you know? Like, texturing, I love showing that off. When it comes to, like, moving around, like, rigs and all that stuff, right? Absolutely love that as well, you know? It shows people the coming to life of the characters, right? But moments where it kind of drags, like, I'd say, like, high poly baking, or just model baking in general, that I feel like it can drag, you know? Where's the, there it is. I want maximum hardness. It sounds wrong, actually. I want the jitters, maximum hardness, and... Just cancel me now, Twitch. Just cancel me now. Let's see. But yeah. What do you call it? I'm gonna move this down to half of what it was. But yeah. So I might just do that, you know? Just keep certain portions of the modeling just off stream, you know? Primarily because I just don't think we could be having fun doing other stuff, you know? Like, we could be doing other things. What comes these models on? Get rid of these, actually. I really need to, keep track. Here, I'm gonna mark down where the lines will be going. And then I'm going to follow it. Alright. This is kind of like hatching when it comes to, like, drawing. Which hatching is where you kind of, like, do a lot of, like, faint lines like that, right? Except it's purposeful hatching, you know? It's like, I mean, hatching can be purposeful in drawing, but, like, for this, it's more on the lines of looking like an accident, you know? But yeah. Let's see here, though. Whoops. But yeah. I'm gonna do this. But yeah. So whatever. So basically, in the animated series, just to go over some of the characters who I will be talking about here on stream. Let's see. We are going to need to model a couple characters. We're going to need to model a bunch of snowmen with different hats, a man spider, a werewolf, a werewolf man, I should say, vampire lady, a couple mummies, a few zombies, a fat zombie in particular, a kangaroo-style humanoid creature, and what else? A headless horseman. What else? I know there was something else we had to do. A leprechaun. A leprechaun, which is, for a whole other reason, man. It's gonna be a fuck series. I am fully expecting this series to be like, I'm not looking at this series and thinking everyone's gonna love this. No. More or less, it's supposed to be a satire comedy, right? When you have satire anything, someone's gonna get fucking mad, you know? Someone's gonna get mad. You know, unless you're like blatantly ripping on someone, but you know, someone's gonna get mad over something being said, right? Which I am okay with, you know? But yeah. If the series does do well or not, I'm still gonna keep going, alright? The series isn't like a Hail Mary of like, if this works out, we're gonna do this again. No. I want to do this, alright? I want to do this. Like, Mikata. I would kind of equate it to like any old style. Y'all remember? Actually, some of you might not even be like old enough to remember, or like, or not old enough to remember. Like, some of y'all may have been like born before the age, but like, does anyone remember web series? Like web series, like I think Shane Dawson did one. The Guild. They call it. What's Big Juggernaut's a web series? I don't know. Some like they call it those. What I'm kind of referring to is like those web series, right? Web series and whatnot. They were passion projects in the beginning, right? Like, of course, you know, they all got where they got, but ultimately, it didn't matter if the last season did well or whatever the hell, right? It was just, do people love watching this? Yes, okay. Verification needed. No? Or verification acquired. But yeah. Actually, let me do this, actually. Why am I not having my, There you go. Like, there. this guy here, okay? I have a fucking insane story about this guy right here, alright? Some of y'all who might be new to my chat or new to the stream in general, I like... my sense of comedy or like comedicness is ironicacy or ironicness, you know? Where like... what do you call it? Ironicness where like something just... how do I describe it? It's like when something shouldn't be funny, but it's so ironic and obscure that it's just like, okay, what the hell? You know? Kind of like most of Seth MacFarlane's jokes or whatever the hell, you know? But anyway, the story on this guy right here, this sandwich plushie. So, a couple of years ago, 2 years I think, I got put in the hospital after eating a Subway sandwich. Which arguably was the worst Subway sandwich I possibly could have had. But it was a Subway sandwich. Alright? And I remember I was in the hospital for 5 days. Alright? And... what do you call it? I was in there and someone who I love very dearly, appreciate, she came in there and gave me this sandwich and this pickle. I don't think she knew what the hell happened to me. Alright? I don't think she knew. I think, okay, so here's my... I appreciate her and appreciate, you know, this gift and whatnot. But I don't know if she knew that a sandwich put me in the hospital, or if she was giving me this because of my 3D sandwich name brand that I always promoted, right? I don't know if it was either or. I'm pretty sure it was in good spirits of like, you know, you're the sandwich guy here, you know, fucking matches your persona or whatever the hell you're doing, right? If it was because I ate a goddamn sandwich and almost died from it, it's still a pretty good gift, in my opinion. You know, it's still a pretty good joke. Like, I will cherish this till the day I die, alright? No joke. Including that pickle over there as well. Alright? Fucking... these are my prized possessions now. You can take away my entire computer. This is staying. Alright? But yeah. But yeah, that's the story on Mr. Sandwich and Mr. Pickle over there. I will never... if there was a burning building and this sandwich was on the 6th floor and I was at the entrance, I'd be running up there to grab this little guy. And maybe him. Maybe him. Not sure about him, though. He's an asshole. He's a dick. No. But yeah. Just a little story time there. But yeah. Anyway, so... God. What was it? I was gonna play, so, what do you call it, so, over the course of my break, right, what's happened, right? Like, what do you call it, I don't want to make this about, like, oh, I was gone because, like, some, like, glorifying why I was gone, right? But a lot of the stuff that happened in between now and then kind of correlates, and I apologize for that. Like, but, recently I have gone pescatarian, which I used to be the guy, which is kind of why I stopped posting food pics and whatnot, and like the Discord servers, right? Because I went pescatarian. I wasn't making any more steak, any more chicken, any more of that, you know, any more of that food that I used to make, right? And we call it and I we call it I have a cheat day every once in a while, but like I'm trying to cut back on that. They call it like what do you call it? Like once every month I'll probably sit down and have like a piece of chicken or something like that, you know? But for the most part it's just been you know, mostly vegan based dishes and fish whenever I, you know, can get it, you know? And when I say can get it right, I mean like when it's viable, I guess. What do you call it? Okay. I need to find it actually. So whenever I start anything, right, I think anyone who's like watched me would know this. But I go heavy on like preparations, alright? Like when it comes to fish, right, I knew I don't want to cause any problems to myself, right? So I made like a kind of like a fish tier list. I made a fish tier list, alright? So here, I'm gonna see if I can bring it up actually. It's on a spreadsheet. Well, let me, I realize I can't, I realize I can probably show you all just from this alone. Pescatarian diet! Alright. Don't mind that. So here is my, can I make this in dark mode? Hold on. Let me go ahead and go off and get dark mode for, Excel. Alright. Google. Excel. Dark mode. I don't want to blind anyone, alright? Do they have it? Google Sheets, dark mode. Oh my god, hold on. I need Firefox. Or not, they don't. Never mind. Whatever. Alright, so here is my spreadsheet for fish, alright? So basically what I have is I marked down like the calories, the protein, carbs, fiber, omega-3s, all that stuff. Because you don't want to get even the costs in like 2015 or 25, I mean. Like, what do you call it? Pretty much, I don't want to. So when it comes to eating fish, right, it's very easy to get over the allowance of certain nutritional facts, right? Like if I went off and ate like a quarter pound of like salmon, right? Sockeye salmon, I'd be getting my full fucking omega-3s, alright? That would have been, you know? If I decide, you know what, I'm feeling some steelhead trout, I'm gonna get my full calcium, alright? Get some calcium in me, you know? If I need iron, I just go for some fucking octopus. Or not iron, or yeah, octopus legs and, you know, for zinc and iron, you know? I had a literal, like a list of, like, things, like, I can, like, mesh together and, like, you know, to order and just not kill myself in the end, you know? That's a very important thing about diets. You don't want to kill yourself in the end. It's a bad idea, you know? Like, when I went pescatarian, right? Or, try to go full-on pescatarian, like, looking it up online, a lot of people said that, like, when you go that route, like, we call it, people advise that there might not be a whole lot of things you can eat, you know? Considering, you know, a lot of products have, like, other meats in them, you know? Or, like, other meat bases, right? But pescatarian, for those who don't know, you basically just cut out... The only meat you're allowed to eat is fish meat, alright? Other than that, you can still eat, you know, vegetables, fruits, dairy, and yeah. Like, I wasn't about to cut out, you know, dairy products, you know? I need my eggs, alright? I need my eggs, need my, my milks, alright? I am drinking, like, mostly almond milk these days, but, you know, I need that shit, alright? But yeah. God, though, I found... So, for a long time, right, I was never really... I was the guy who... We call it, the way my habits were, I'd have to be eating a piece of meat with any vegetable, you know? Which sounds weird. You know? But, we call it, grown beyond that. But yeah. It's basically like a Ron Swanson type deal, you know? I wouldn't avoid salads, right? But it would be like, hey, you know, let's throw a piece of chicken on the salad, you know? Make it official. Like, that type of stuff, you know? Then I realized that there's protein in other stuff, you know? There's protein in other resources and whatnot, you know? God. Also, like, we call it, I've been going on a juice cleanse, kind of, I guess. Like a beetroot matcha cleanse. Which... It's fucking disgusting. Alright? It's fucking terrible. But I have to do it, so... Well, I don't have to do it, but I do it so you all have to hear about it, alright? Is it copying on one side or the other? Yes, it is. Kind of. Let's see here. Do these two images look the same? It's close, I suppose. Let's see what it looks like when we have, the whole this side done. If it looks weird, then I'll probably redo it or some shit, but ironically, I don't think this is too bad. The other side, I mean, the, right side. But yeah. Let's see here, though. I'm gonna go ahead and do this, though. Here. Can I go back up here? Hold on. Pause yourself. I want to listen to this one now. Alright. Go back to that screen, or that scene, I suppose. Alright. Gotcha. Alright. I keep on forgetting, right? I have to be careful about this whole, like, POV thing, right? Like, I realized that it would be very easy for me to, like, look in the wrong direction, right? Look in the wrong direction and not reveal anything, but, like, what do you call it? Show the behind the scenes, I suppose. I don't know. Because a lot of times, right, you know, streamers, they will pull a window off screen to, like, log into something, right? Log into somewhere or something like that. Which could be problematic, but as I'm doing art streams, I don't think that's going to be necessary. But yeah. See here. But yeah. So what we're working on here is a not piano. We're working on a library, alright? This library is not only gonna be part of the stream, but, like, it's also part of the animated series as well, of course. Called, I'm not gonna always go over what I'm working on is gonna correlate to in the animated series, right? Because that'd just be, like, giving away the whole fucking animation, right? But, you know, I'll definitely be showing off or telling what everything is going towards, you know? But just to go over the checklist of what we need for the animation, right, as opposed to modeling, other than the characters, right, for props and the environment, all we need really is this library and the diner itself. The reason why I'm so confident in this little series is because we have that diner as, like, the main area, you know? Like, the entire, it's kind of like, The Office, if you will, right? Most of the series takes place in the office, right? And I'm perfectly fine making, like, what do you call it, other scenes, right? And we're gonna have to, just like this library, but other scenes are not gonna be as in depth as the diner itself, right? Because if you notice, right, with this library, there is no back wall. It's just this. We're gonna have other pieces, you know, like a chair, plans, other crap in this scene and whatnot, but ideally this is all that we need, really. But yeah, let me save that. Let's see here. But yeah, if in certain streams it seems like we are jumping around a lot, right? Like this stream we're doing texturing, next stream we're doing, like, what do you call it? Next stream we're doing maybe some sculpting of characters, right? Primarily, I kind of want to do the sculpting of Benjamin Butler sometime between next stream or Sunday's stream, you know? Sometime along then, you know? Because ideally. I want to get that in. Let's see here. At least do some character modeling, you know. Primarily, though, one of the things like I kind of don't want to stream is it's the block out portions of making characters, because in my opinion, it's not as fun to see as watching the high poly get modeled or the mid poly get modeled up, right? Or I guess detailed, you know? Like it's like a difference between, you know, would you want to watch would you want to watch the it's like, would you rather watch Bob Ross get his painting easel and his setup all set up, or would you rather watch him paint, you know? It's like that. Like when Bob Ross paints, he doesn't record the part, or they didn't record the part when he's just setting up the paints and the easel and the set or whatever the hell, right? That's how I feel about like low polys. That's how I feel about like blocking out on models. But yeah. Let's see here. But yeah, let me go ahead and do that. Do this right here. Get all of this set up. But yeah, what I will be doing after stream, after get them all done, of course, right? I will be making I will be making some demo scripts and putting them in the Discord and whatnot. That will probably take a few days, because there's a lot of characters to write out for. If I had to take a guess, maybe like 12 characters, which don't sound like a whole lot, but you know, 12 characters is like 12 characters is like altogether maybe like 30 scenes, you know? The main characters, of course, right? The main three people, Steven, Linda, and Benjamin, they'll have scenes throughout the entire season, of course, right? But for other characters, like a side character or whatever the hell, right? They'll probably have like 2 reoccurring episodes. Zombies are probably gonna have the most, just because it needs zombies to fill the diner, you know? The diner wouldn't be a diner without customers. Or I could just make it... I could play into it in some story-driven way, honestly. Like a lot of other series do, you know? Like, what happens if someone can't come in for a voice, you know? What am I actually... It's like, what happens when someone can't come in for a voice, right? It's like... What do you call it? Or maybe someone's schedule is just way too tight, right? It would be easy to just kind of like write them for a new episode, right? It'd be super easy, honestly. At least for how I'm writing this. But yeah. The idea, too, is, what do you call it? Oh, am I doing this right? I want to move this down by 1, actually. Yeah. Hold on. Let me, get out the eraser. All right. So what I'm talking about, right, is the way I'm writing the script, right, or I'm planning out the voice acting work, is so that nothing is on a tight schedule, you know? The idea would be, you know, whenever you're ready, whenever you're free, you just say that you are, and whoever else is ready, we do scenes based off of whose characters is ready, right? So, for example, you know, like, if the person who voices Benjamin and Steven, if they're the only ones who are free, we might do scenes where it's just those two, of course, right? Or maybe, if time allows, where they're in their individual scenes, you know? But yeah. But yeah. And the reason why we call it the reason why I say that, call it, the scenes would be easy to, like, rewrite, you know, is because I'm trying to account for, like, you know, what happens if someone decides to not, midway through, they don't want to voice a character, right? That's also what I'm trying to prepare for too, you know? Like, what happens if we have to cut a character? Like, we call it like, some characters can't be cut, right? Like Steve, like the main characters, of course, right? But the other characters, because they only have like 1 or 2 episodes, it would be in the series' best interest, or just we call it it would be easier to find someone to, you know, voice those characters, because they probably only have like a couple scenes of lines, right? Again, you know, the series or the episodes are supposed to be like a good like 5 to 10 minutes long, so not a whole lot of lines and whatnot. Like, I could just grab whoever to voice them, but yeah, I don't know. The entirety of the project, right, is, you know, being, we call it making sure that it is convenient for, you know, my voice actors, right, for the series, you know, because I'm under full understandability that you know, I need y'all. Y'all don't need me. I need y'all. You know. Well, again, as easy as I can make this for everyone involved, I am fine taking the hard road if it means everyone gets to take the easy one, you know? I am fine doing that. You know? Because at the end of the day, right, it's like, you know, for this being like my, or a passion project for myself, right? Passion project and all that good stuff. I feel like being the head of it, right? I need, you know, being the head of a project that's also being worked on by other people, right? The head should be perfectly capable and able to take down some brunt work, you know? Or grunt work, I mean. You know? Grunt work and, you know, go through it, you know? Not to say that I'm like ready for some bullshit, right? But, you know, it's to a case where like whatever anyone needs, if I can supply it, I will. But yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do this actually. What does this look like with the cell shader on? Not bad. I can see some objects going on here and, some props and whatnot, filling the scene up. Not bad. Not bad one bit. Alright, alright. Let me, kind of a POV shot of, taking a drink. Alright, let's go. Oh, let me make sure this is actually, doing alright. Hold on. Turn off the shadows. Yeah, whatever. Whatever here. I'm gonna put me up to map cap. Let me finish off this side here, and I'll see if it actually is gonna look decent on the other side, alright? If not, we'll have to do it. Which isn't really an unfortunacy, it's more like just... we'll have to, you know? Let's see here. I would love to go with this detail work, you know? Like the rust detail. I don't know. I look at this... I look at, like, this grunge style, right? And I just think dirtiness, you know? Not like dirtiness is like, you know, what you're thinking right now. But, I don't know. It makes my skin feel dirty. That's what I'm getting at, you know? It just doesn't make me feel... It makes me feel irritated, is what I'm trying to say. I think. So I'm just gonna put this up myself. Let's go ahead and hit this with a 75. Let's go. Alright. But yeah. Let's see. The whole pescatarian diet, though, that's been... Honestly, it's been a very big improvement and whatnot, you know? Other than the matcha keeping my ass up all fucking night, it's been pretty good. Which I just found out, like, a tablespoon of matcha is basically equivalent to, like, 4 cups of coffee. Not that I'm taking that much, but in the beginning, it may have been. See, I'm gonna turn off latest following. All right. Turn. Whatever. We'll keep it as is. All right. God. I'm also considering trying to play Resident Evil Reculum, Reculum, Rectum. I don't know. Kind of want to play it, but if I do play it, it'd be on stream, you know? I don't know. I don't know, I feel odd about it, you know? Because, like, we played... I guess it doesn't really matter, really. I was gonna say that we played Resident Evil 7, right? But we didn't get to Resident Evil 8. So I'm like thinking to myself, you know, like we should go with tradition and just do it in order. But like, I'm pretty sure Resident Evil has been out, or 8 has been out for a while for everyone to get the gist, you know? But yeah. I don't know. If y'all want to see Resident Evil 9 on here, let me know. We'll make it happen. Alright. Actually, I should do that for the, for this. Whoop. Boop. Alright. Alright. Cool. Let's go ahead and let me do this actually. Hold on. I know what I want. I know what I want with this. All right. Let's go. All right. Let's go ahead and go down here. Let's make this thing a little bit more visible on the side here. Save it. Crashes happen more than you think. Let's see. Alright. Alright. God. I was doing a, so I was watching Mr. Beast's, Beast Games, right? Now, I'm not gonna spoil anything, in case anyone is watching that, but I gotta fucking say, like, nothing against, like, Jimmy, I suppose, right? Like, I mean, it's a big ego thing, you know? In his mind, or in his, maybe it's his team, or whoever the hell, right? But it always seems like his whole motto is, like, his motto is, like, big number equals more, you know? Big number equals better, right? Like, hey, we're giving away the best prize to the most amount of people. And it's like, alright. Like, Dakota. The new season of Mr. Beast Games, it's about brains versus bronze. And I gotta say, alright, like, I don't see where the brains and, I mean, I know where the bronze is at in the damn series, right? Like, all the bronze level, games and whatnot, sure, it's bronze. Matches perfectly. The brains, sure. some of them were pretty brainy to figure out, I suppose. However, why would you put the smart kids up against the bronze guys in a game about bronze, right? Why would you put the bronze people up against the smart people in a game about wits? That's what I'm like. I don't have a problem with the season of Beast Games, right? But I do know it's going to be the talk of YouTube, right? There's going to be a lot of shorts talking about season 2, and I kind of wanted some context on what the hell happened in that season, right? I swear to God, it was like the people who won, they deserve it, of course, right? They got families, they did it for the best intentions, right? But I will say that Beast Games was not fair for the intended purposes. Oh, fuck. The intended purposes, you know? It just fucking wasn't, alright? Like, the whole goal is like, or Jimmy's goal, I guess, for the season, right, is to pin Brains versus Bronze, right? And what ended up happening was, what ended up happening in the end, right, was, not in the end, but like, for context purposes, was most of what happened, it was mostly about who has the best bronze, you know? As soon as I saw the smart kids, or the smart contestants, having to be pinned up against the goddamn, not figuratively, but like, or figuratively, not actually pinned up against the bronze people in a game about like strength, right? That's when I knew it was kind of full of itself, you know? And not gonna say who won or who loses, right? But there is literally a game where they play where the objective is to hold onto a goddamn rope a couple 100 feet in the air. And for the strong people, sure, it's a challenge, right? You know, who is the strongest, right? But they also put the fucking smart kids up there too. It was like, this isn't about brains or bronze anymore. This is just about, like, who came prepared. You know? Like, It was dumb. And I can't wait to see the, can't wait to see the videos that come off of that season. It was entertaining, don't get me wrong, you know? It was very entertaining to watch. But for what they were trying to go for, I feel like it could have been executed better, you know? Like Survivor, I don't watch it that often, but even I know that, like, in that game, like, it has more of those heavily reliant strength and bronze, or brains and bronze aspect, you know? But yeah. I don't know. I just thought the season 2 Mr. Beast was, it was interesting. It was very entertaining. But for the concept that they were going for, it was like, yeah, it's very much one-sided for the most part. Some games might have been, some games may have been, we call it, not all games are bronze in brains, but there was a good, there was a more majority of one over the other. to the point where like a lot of the people on a certain side would lose because they weren't good at what the bronze people were doing. I guess, you know, they call it it's like, you call it. It was like, imagine you pin a wrestler against a person who can solve the Rubik's Cube the fastest in a game about upper body strength. That was literally the games. Like, it was like, okay, Mr. Einstein versus Terry Crews, whoever can hoist themselves up on this rope the longest wins. And it's like, are you serious? Like, and most of them weren't like, oh, if you fall off, you lose, right? But most of them were. Like, there was a episode where if one person messes up, everyone gets eliminated. Which was so ass, alright? It was so ass. It was like, what the hell, alright? Like, it was dumb. Like, imagine you lose a game because one person messed up. Which happens in a lot of games, right? But this is a game show where you independently need to try and get to the end. Nothing should be about luck, you know? Nothing should be about luck, in my opinion. Although it's impossible to, you know, remove luck from the equation altogether, right? But ultimately, there should be fucking ways to prevent yourself from getting eliminated in the end, either way, right? Like, even in, like, Survivor, or any game with elimination, or like anything where someone can get eliminated, right? Even Fear Factor. It's like they always give whoever the last two people are, or whoever is bound to get eliminated, right? They always give them a shot to win, right? Usually it's like stating their case if it's a voting situation, or they have them do something versus someone else in order to, you know, keep their spot, right? In Mr. Beast's game, it was just like, oh, that guy you just met like 2 days ago, who you probably barely talked to, yeah, he lost, so you lost. It's like, what? Like, that was literally the game. That was it. It was dumb. It was so dumb. Like, I don't know. Like, I will watch I will watch episode or season 3 of you know, Mr. Beast Squid Game, but mostly because, you know, it's like I am now skeptical of how he runs his games, you know? Just to see the reactions of the contestants, which I know that's why, you know, I'm caught in the loop, right? I watched season 1, I watched season 2, I gotta watch season 3 to see what kind of other weird stuff goes on, right? I'm in too deep, is what I'm trying to say. You know? I'm saying the season is entertaining, but it's entertaining to me for, like, the Agent of Chaos level reasons, you know? Like, Jesus Christ. Anyway, let's get this going. But yeah. Alright. Alright. But yeah. God. Also, beginning into, we call it, I've been getting into, Netflix's, Delicious Dungeon. I'll watch anything that, Sung One is in, you know? Like, we call it. A lot of times when I watch an episode or a series, right, usually it's because a certain actor or a certain, like, voice actor is also in that series, right? Like, who's the guy? Not Troy Baker. I think it was, maybe it was. We call it, the guy who voiced, Joel from, Last of Us. I think his name was Troy Baker. But, I'll watch anything that dude's in, alright? Which is probably why I should probably watch Iron Lung. I haven't watched that yet. I haven't watched Iron Lung yet with Markiplier. I want to, but they call it. I don't know. I hear some people say that movie is very niche. I don't know if it is. Whenever a YouTuber that I like watching or someone who I'm a fan of makes something a larger scale, I'm almost kind of wary about watching it, you know? Because, or, you know, trying to find it for entertainment, right? Because I don't want my perception of that content creator to be tampered with by some product they made that I didn't find to or as entertaining, you know? Like, I remember too, we call it Shane Dawson, right? Like, he made a couple movies, right? I used to be a fan of his back in his vlogs back in the day, really. You know? Then he had a couple movies. I thought, alright, cool, I'll go off and watch them. It was interesting. I mean, the movies weren't that bad, right? But, like, it definitely was something, right? God, I think the best series that I've ever watched that came from a YouTuber. God. The best series that I've watched is probably Video Game High School. That. God. There's no way they could do a. There's no way they could do a Video Game High School Season 2. It would have to be a complete not a redo, but like new generation, you know? Like, you know, I'm back. Welcome back, Mercury. Welcome back. How was it? Let's see here. It was good. Nice. Nice. Got clothes and lunch. Nice. What'd you get? Let me turn the music down. God. Let me take this here. See here. Did you get A sandwich? Korean fried chicken? You're fired. Nah. Nah. Korean fried chicken, though. Love it. No! You just got hired! Honestly, I don't really think there's any way to lose mod on my fucking stream, honestly. I don't think there is. God. I mean, unless, I guess, you know, if you go on a rampage, I guess. I mean, that would probably be cause for one, but, like, I don't know. What do you call it? I'm still under the, what do you call it, oh, what do you call it? I'm not too sure how to unban people, you know? I still don't know how. So if someone gets blitzed out of here, I mean, good luck. I don't know. But yeah, what do you call it though? God, you don't want to know what the fuck I've been having, for the past few fucking days. I feel refreshed, all right, but I've been going on a, kind of like a juice cleanse, kind of. Not in the case of like, oh, let's put some fucking celery in this stuff, right? I'm talking like, we call it, like protein shakes and fucking other stuff like that, you know? My daily drink, which isn't as bad as it sounds, but it keeps my ass alert. Fucking some protein powder, whey protein, of course, matcha, beetroot juice, and almond milk. It's a terrible combination, don't get me wrong, but after a while, you grow to it. Then I find out later on that matcha is basically like coffee. I'm like, oh, that's in. Oh no, it is ass. It is absolutely fucking ass. But you know, once you drink it a couple times, it's like it's like crack. Okay, it's like, I probably shouldn't be saying this on fucking stream, honestly. I mean, as in like the crack part, but like, we call it I have never been more fucking awake. Which is probably because of the fact that matcha is like 1 tablespoon of matcha or whatever the hell is basically the equivalence of like 4 cups of coffee and caffeine. So it's like, that's why I'm talking to colors now. But yeah, I don't know. It's good on the heart. It's good for health. But yeah, I don't know. Let's see here. So is this thing symmetrying well now? Hold on. We might have to clip the crap. If you want to post it, go right ahead. You know what? I might actually post it myself, actually. Hold on. Whoops. Videos on it. Bros. Damn it. God. I keep on forgetting. Like. Whatever. Let's see here. I'm gonna. There might be something on my Firefox that prevents me from like looking at these links or whatnot, but I'll look at it later. Let's see here. Get this out. All right. Sweet. All right, cool. But yeah, Probably be posting that on fucking the YouTube shorts or whatever. It's like crack, but it keeps you awake longer. No. That's why I don't have affiliation anymore, by the nah. Nah. We call it, believe it or not, by the way, so they made, it's like crack, but tastes worse. Guys, it's like crack, but it tastes worse. You gotta trust me on this one, alright? It's beetroot, matcha, protein powder, almond milk. You blend it up, you drink it, you see colors, you see stars, you start shooting rainbows out of your eyes. Like, you think I named these little bastards because I couldn't hear them? Nah. But yeah. Believe it or not, it's ironic, actually. You can vomit all afternoon, exactly. Vomit rainbows. Nah. But anyway, Twitch has made getting affiliation... Oh yeah, it's straight ass. It tastes... It smells and tastes like dirt, okay? Dirt, grass, mud. But... just to kind of, you know, say why I'm drinking it right, like... It has relatively been fixing my blood pressure. Like, I dropped like 12 points on that shit. It's pretty fucking good. It's still ass, though. It's still ass. Now again, crunch. Yeah. Yeah. Again, every now and then you're sleeping right, all of a sudden you get jolted awake, like. Ugh. But yeah. We call it though. Should I do it over here? I think it's fine. But yeah. Anyway, we call it. So they made getting affiliation easier on Twitch, ironically. Alright? Beforehand, you had to, man, easier in the case of like how long you have to be streaming at an average of 3 views, right? Basically, it went from, and I shit you not, it went from you have to maintain an average of 3 views throughout an entire 30-day cycle to now you have to keep it consistent for a whole week. Meaning, beforehand, right, if you streamed just 8 streams, 8 hours altogether, like 1 hour per stream, I would say, and you just had 3 views altogether, you would get affiliation if you just kept it consistent like that throughout the entire month, right? Like, we call it, basically, if I streamed twice a week, an hour or 2 each, I would have to have an average of 3 views the entire time. Throughout the entire month of whatever I'm streaming, you know? But now, if you just stream for like a week, and you have an average of 3 views then, you get it. Again, you still have to get 50 followers, I think, or maybe it's 25. Actually, let's go and see. Because, let me see here. Where was it? Monetize. Yeah, 25, I think, yeah. Revenue. Oh. By the way, I was looking up before my last stream. Yeah. Like, and the thing is, too, right? Like, it's kind of, I don't know why. It's funny to me. It's funny to me because, like, what do you call it? We try, what do you call it? To me, it's funny because when we tried getting affiliation right, I kind of rigged the system in a way where I would stream early at night, right, between like 10 to 12, and then 1 to 3, or whatever the hell, right? I would intentionally cut off stream before the next day started, so that when I turned the stream back on, it would count the next day as another average of 3 views. So if for one seemingly day of streaming, it would actually count for 2. So it would basically be more set up that I am getting an average of 3, you know? And that's just how it was, you know? Fucking basically from like 10 to 12, right? It would look like I have an average of 3 going on until the end. While the next stream looks like I have an average of 3 coming in, maybe not in the end, or maybe would grow in the end, you know? That was basically my safe way of getting affiliation or not. But then I realized that I ain't running SpongeBob. Alright? I don't feel like this stream warrants ads every 30 minutes, right? I know we kind of like did the whole affiliation thing, right? To get the emotes and whatnot, right? But I don't know. Going for affiliation and whatnot, I kind of realized that maybe the bar to get affiliation, as shitty as it sounds, it should be higher, in my opinion. I know it sounds really weird, but I feel like affiliation does tamper with a channel's growth, right? Because even with myself, right, I can go off and watch some of my favorite streamers, right? If I get slapped with a fucking 90-second ad, right, or even just a pre-roll, right, I'm more likely to click off and go find one of their videos on YouTube. One of their, like, uploaded VODs, right? So I thought, you know, like, we call it, it needs to be hot, yeah. Should be 2-3 weeks of constant. Exactly. In my opinion, I mean, of course, you know, there's free will, right? Like, I don't think anyone coming into streaming, right, as soon as they get access to affiliation, they should just fucking hit it right away. Because, like, what do you call it? Like, that might kill the channel, you know? Like, just full on. Like, isn't, we call it, and nobody out here is running, like, SpongeBob level content, you know? No one wants to watch small channel pets. Exactly. Small channels with barely any views won't gain any, or... Exactly. Unless you're, like, Kai, I guess, or... Queso, I suppose, or I guess, the burnt peanut, I suppose. Then sure. You know, if you're that level, fine. But, like, if you're not known, Markiplier, yeah, something like that too. And the reason why, you know, some people, it's also kind of why people recommend that you post your content or like short form content or shorts on other platforms, right? Because at that there they can see if you're worth watching, right? Maybe it's like their free sample, right? Costco free sample. It's like, you know, the cookie's great. Is it worth the price now? Right? Like, which I'm always gonna say, like, we call it rolling on Twitch. It's, you can roll on Twitch, you know? Causing. I'm not sure what's causing that. I'm gonna try and, get anything else opened up. Let me close down some stuff, I suppose. Good shit. Do that. It's also been a case where I haven't streamed in so long, so my internet is probably thinking, what the hell is happening now? fucking, you can imagine, you know, fucking the whole house is like, what the fuck is going on in that room? But yeah. Anyway, I feel like, first of all, I feel like ads. Alright. But it's good that I should have fucking. It's good that I, you know, closed everything anyway. Alright. But, you know, I feel like turning on ads, it needs to be. I feel like on a YouTube stream. I feel like on a Twitch stream. Let me do that. Alright, cool. Welcome back. I feel like on a Twitch stream, it should be a conversation you have with your community, your chat, right? If you do have ads on or not, you know? If they're okay with it, right? But if you don't have a fucking community, then you don't have someone to fucking see if it's okay to, you know? And a lot of times, you know, a lot of streamers, I feel like, who was it that fucking said it? Pirate Software, I believe. He was like, if you want more views, turn on pre-rolls or some shit, or whatever the hell. Not pre-rolls, play ads every 90... Play 90 seconds of ads every 30 minutes or so, right? He said something like that in a short, basically. And it's like, his whole thing, right, was like canceling pre-rolls, but like, or like disabling pre-rolls as like a option is just like, it's not always the viable option. But yeah. And, you know, to kind of, like, and it's no fucking big surprise that people don't like ads, right? But what I used to do was, or what I would do is, I would go to, like, you know, popular streamers, right? Or, like, relatively popular streamers, right? On their, Twitch, during their streams, and wait for an ad to show up, right? And just see how many people would leave upon an ad playing, right? And these people, it was like, you know, Queso, Kai, you know, a lot of people who have probably millions of people who watch them on YouTube, right? As soon as an ad plays, for most of them, that's when like a 20 or 20 to 50% viewership drop happens, you know? For some of the big guys, not so much. Some of the littler guys, it's a lot. You know, it's like, as soon as an ad plays, just, you see that number beside them just go fucking rocketing down. It's like, alright. Alright. I even tried, like, it was kind of funny too. And there's no surprise in this fucking fact either, right? Like, we call it. I can't even say this with a straight face. Like, I wanted to see, like, which categories on Twitch would people just leave as soon as ads play, you know? Like, because sometimes when it's a game being played, the viewership wouldn't really drop as much when an ad plays, but it would if, like, someone was doing, like, a cooking stream or something else like that. If it was a just chatting stream, people would leave, you know? A lot of people would leave. If it's for a game, it's like, it was less, but still noticeable. But then I started looking at, you know, the different gender of who's streaming. Not to say, you know, a female person, a female gaming streamer versus a male gaming streamer, right? Like, we call it, you know those streams where it's so obvious that someone is using their physical features to rack in views, right? they receive the less what do you call it, drops in viewership when ads play. I know it's not, it's, you know, obviously why, you know, I mean, but I thought that was kind of funny. Like, literally, if you want to survive ads, just wear a fucking V-neck, I guess. Literally. Not to, you know, put shame on anyone, but, like, I just thought that was a fucking... It was part of the results of, like, how entertaining you need to be to, keep those views. But, yeah. I kind of came to that realization, too, during, like, a movie night in a Discord server, which yeah, purely for your beard. I don't know. We call it, let's see here. When it comes to, God, what was it? It really opened my mind. It wasn't that deep either. I was in a Discord server, right? It was movie night, and we were watching, we were watching the Princess Bride, right? Princess Bride with, like, what is that movie known for these days? I don't know. Like, the Princess Bride, the one with the sword fight, you know, the, comedy medieval fantasy type movie, right? And the person who was streaming the movie, I believe, was streaming it from Amazon Prime, and so there'd have to be ads every 30-40 minutes, right? And one person in the call was not okay with that. The person just did not want to watch ads. Like, it was like, ugh. And I understand, right? I mean, it sucks watching a movie, you're invested in it, right? And all of a sudden, boom! Someone comes on there and says, "You're not a dish. You know, you need to be washing with this fucking, this tree moss scented shampoo," you know? It's like, alright. No one likes watching, Andre the Giant beat up some scrawny guy, then all of a sudden you're hit with a Terry Crews ad, right? Like, That's what I realized, right? Like, hey, if some people are not willing to watch a movie that people seem to be interested in, right, with ads, what does a low Twitch channel have to compare to, right? It's like, you know, a part of running a Twitch channel is waking up to reality, basically. It's like, gotta be honest with yourself. Are you worth Old Spice? Are you worth an Old Spice commercial? So yeah. I also think too, when it comes to you know, just streaming in general, like, there's more you have to do besides just flipping on the camera or the live stream and just going to work, you know? Man, we're Old Spice. Yeah. You know, some of us are. Not saying that some of us, you know, aren't worth a Terry Crews ad every once in a while. Maybe still doing those. You know, some people are just like, you know what? Yeah. Let me rake in those sweet, sweet couple cents. Couple pennies. It's funny too, honestly. Like, when I was going to, like, cancel my affiliation, right? They were like, it wasn't a hard process, right? But there is no button on Twitch that says, hey, take this shit off my fucking account, you know? It was just like, it may have changed. I had to send in an email. I saying him to Old Spice Terry Crews. You might be. You know, it's up to you. Again, you're worth Old Spice Terry Crews. All right. But yeah, they made it fucking perfectly clear what I was signing up for, you know, or signing off for, I suppose. It was like, you know, if you sign this, or not sign, if you agree to this, you will be losing the $31 that was made on your account. I'm like, give a fuck. Like, Christ. Like, it made it sound like I was about to, like, lose the house. Like, okay. And I appreciate everyone who, like, sent, you know, subscriptions, bits, and whatnot, you know. But I don't really think we call it. If I am going to receive any money on this channel, like, I'm not gonna lie, it's probably gonna go towards funding these projects, you know? Even though Twitch doesn't fucking pay you until you meet the threshold of $50. But, you know. I would rather grow than keep those 10 pennies that they gave me, you know? Or they would have gave me, right? That, or what I was gonna do, right? Which I still might do, honestly. They didn't give me the $31, $34 that I would have made on my fucking account, right? I didn't really give a shit either. What I might do, just to kind of, like, give it back, right? I might just, like, donate to someone on Twitch. You know? Some low streamer. Not low streamer, you know, fucking... Eh. Like you, Mercury... Oh, that's good. But yeah. Let's see here. What's funny too, honestly, I was going to... We call it I was going to, like, put up, like a raffle type deal where I was going to give away all the Twitch revenue that I made over the course of a year to one lucky person and not tell anyone what the hell that number would be. But then I kind of realized, like, imagine someone's expecting, like, couple $100 and here it is, just fucking $30, right? I'm sure they would, you know, still appreciate it, right? But, like, I feel like it'd just be like a promise for, like, for something non-worth, I don't know. It'd be a big, like, big letdown, I think. I don't know. Let's see here. But yeah. Cool. I don't know, though. Fucking... Best thing is, too, right, is I can turn affiliation back on at any time. Like, they gave They have a button actually. Wait, ad revenue only gave you $30 for a whole year. Exactly. Oh yeah. 30. I remember specifically it was like 30, 31 or 34. And granted, I streamed from October to August with affiliation. It wasn't a full year. It was more like 10 months or so, but still. 10 months of streaming for $30. I would rather just grow the community. I would rather just have this channel never have ads again. All right? Like, because honestly, what pissed my ass off sometimes was like I would be sitting here explaining stuff, right? Explaining how I'm doing something with art or whatever the hell, right? And all of a sudden, boom, an ad plays. And my explanation just got cut in half. And so no one knew what I was talking about. No one knew what was next. No one knew what we just did. You know, everyone is like in the dark, you know, just cut off to me saying, and so that's how we build the crack pipe machine. Now we're gonna go on and build the fucking weed neuralizer, and then we're gonna work on the crack cocaine infuser, okay? Y'all wanted some elevated prime energy drinks? Don't worry, we got them, and out would play. Completely disregarding like what the hell I was saying. But yeah, it was bad. It was bad. Alright, I didn't like it. Not to mention too, they only give you like 3 snooze breaks, which I thought was funny. It was like, you know, snooze breaks for most creative names, exactly. Yeah. Like, the snooze breaks were basically just like, oh, you wanna fucking take a little break from streaming, or you wanna take a break from ads? You can pause them for 5 minutes, but you can only do it 3 times. 3 times every... Oh my god, I think you had to play 2 ads, or at least a minute of ads, to get a snooze point back. So you could pause the ads for about an hour and 30 minutes, but after that point, you have to play an ad. So it doesn't matter if you're like in the middle of a game, explanation, or whatever the hell, yo ass is waiting on, or everyone's waiting on the ads to end. And, you know, most times the streamer probably is as well, you know? Like, to me, that was just like, alright, what the hell? Imagine you're in the middle of like a cooking stream, right? You're trying to follow the recipe. All of a sudden, just like, ha! Terry Crews in the mix! Fuck your goddamn macarons! Here's some Old Spice. You want to smell like a goddamn dishwasher? Here you go. Like, Christ. Like, I don't know. I thought it was funny, but like, you know, in action, it was just like, what the fuck, man? Jeff Bezos, #1 from Kids Next Door, can go kick rocks. You know? I would go to like a Kick to stream, honestly, but despite the fact that fucking Twitch doesn't have a good art, it has a decent art category, right? But Kick, it's not that great for that. Not right now, at least. Creative names right here. You have no idea what I'm gonna do with these, with those names. Oh, let's see here. I want to look at these goddamn, I want to take a look at these clips, but fucking, Twitch always says, nah, you ain't doing that. This video is either unsupported or not supported in this browser. Some bitch. Or hold on. I'm gonna do this though. I am gonna be, you know, saving the links and whatnot. Probably will put this up on the goddamn, any clips, by the way, I'm most likely gonna put them up on, the, 3D Sandwich Ultra channel. But yeah. Just so you know. Not to say, oh, this will never, this shouldn't be on there. Like, the more we do this right, the more I'm gonna put these up there, you know? So, like, these clips aren't gonna be for nothing. It will be seen by the world. What kind of shit we're running over here, you know? Like, you wanna smell like a goddamn... Do you wanna smell like you haven't been cooking crack all day? Well, here's Terry Crews to tell you how. Terry Crews endorses not smelling like a fucking crack machine. Here's a goddamn wilderness smelling body wash. I always find it kind of funny how, like, they always have, like, the weirdest, like, scents, you know? Always crack, you know? It's always gonna be crack. Okay, we'll switch it up, alright? I always go... Try to tell us something. They call it. The reason why... Actually, I guess it doesn't really count for me, because I don't have a partner yet. But... I don't know. I just remember... I remember the streamer who got banned for saying the word rake. Rake. The leaf rake. And the Twitch AI, whatever the hell bot thing, picked it up as a different kind of word. And I think they banned him or kicked him or some shit. Or, like, terminated his... Something happened to him and it wasn't good. You know? And crack could be determined as many things, you know? I guess also heroin also could be categorized as something else as well, or weed. Never mind. You want to stop smelling like a goddamn weed fountain? Or a heroin coliseum or whatever? You want to... Do you want to take that, the LSD greenhouse scent away from you? Willem Dafoe will tell you how. No. See here. God. It's kind of funny too, actually, alright? So, in this, we call it, this series, right? Like, let me refresh the camera. A bit choppy, I think. Or at least that is the, stream. Let me see here. Is it doing craziness? No, it's smooth. Streamer, or, Twitch's dashboard is just being stupid on me. Anyway, the Benjamin Spider character in this animated series, right? He is supposed to be a kind of a recovering, addicted weed addict with a mentality that only quitters quit. So that's kind of his hype game to get back on weed. You know? You know, just classic hype stuff, you know? Put on a t-shirt, you know? Only quitters quit. And everyone keeps on telling them to quit weed, so... Bunch of losers they are, right? Remember... God, oh, fuck. I need to make a sign that says only quitters quit, but, like, on the sign have it be, like, someone doing something that he probably should quit, you know? Just a guy, like, slugging back a bottle of Jack Daniels or Jim Beam. next to a poster that reads, you know, stop doing drugs or some shit like that, right? Like, God. I would not mind that kind of level of stuff going on in the oh god, hold on. Going on within the series level of comedy. Hold on. Need to get rid of that. Symmetry isn't really panning out too well for this here. But yeah. Let's see here. Anyway. I don't know. What I was saying before, though, Twitch has been like, we call it I don't know. It's funny to me. Like, for how much of a bad rep Twitch gets, right? Like, it's, I don't know. Sometimes it just makes me laugh at like the absurdity of like, we call it of how they handle stuff, you know? Or what they do to prevent you from doing stuff, you know? It's weird. And you know, too, right? Like, Twitch has been losing a lot of money because of, like... I think they've been losing a lot of money because of, people started moving away from Twitch and going on to Kick or some shit like that, you know? People just stopped streaming. Or whatever. Or, you know, people are, they're under fire because of their whole, like... we call it, appealing to women versus men, right? Which I personally think, I mean, sure, but I feel like a lot of this content stuff, right? It's all on the creator, you know? Of course, some people will use, you know, whatever they can to get views, right? But, like, down at its basics, right? Like, you don't really get your community, or you don't really get too far on Twitch unless you put in the work, you know? You know, you have to find something people like, be good at it, and have at least a moderately good time doing it, you know? That's the 3 keys to having a decent stream, you know? Or to build your community up, at least. Gotta be good at it, relatively. Gotta do some people like watching at the very least. And you have to enjoy doing it to some degree, you know? That is how I believe a channel will have hope. It's not a guarantee, but it certainly helps, you know? But yeah. That is, something I believe in. Or whatever. With that being said, this shit fucking sucks ass. I'm not doing this anymore. No, I'm just kidding. Who the fuck likes texturing 3D assets? See. I could be making so many Insano style substances right now. I don't want to test it, but like I'm pretty sure, you know, not being a affiliate, right? I'm pretty sure if I was a big wig, right, as in like someone on here making a bunch of money for Twitch, right? Which is what affiliation really is. I'm wondering what the character models will look like. So, I'm just kidding. I mean, I know what it's gonna look like, right? And what do you call it? I don't want to spoil it because you know, it's kind of part of like something that happens in the series, right? Or some kind of the lore involved, basically. But it's gonna be interesting. We call it in the well, mostly in the case that like everyone tries to still act human, including the spider. Man spider. As for other monsters, it's kind of casual. But yeah. As for like what they will look like as opposed to like being a character, right? You know, it's gonna be very old style, you know? Like I'm thinking like 90s diner theme, you know? Well, 90s theme, but the diner's gonna be like 90s-esque, you know? So the people there are gonna be kind of 90s, right? One thing I kind of don't want to do, right? I don't want to make any like custom like werewolf designs, right? Because that's when you have to start hoping your viewership believes what you're making, right? Wait, hold on. Werewolf Quarry. Don't show me any weird images. Because I know they have weird images inside of fucking, Quarry. Alright, so this is not what our werewolf is gonna look like. Like, it might look something similar to, like... None of these, actually. It ain't gonna look like this, alright? Like, what call it, I am not gonna lie. I'm pretty sure the werewolves in the quarry are just recycled assets of, let me see this on the screen. Yeah, again. I think the werewolves are just recycled assets of the goddamn Wendigos from Until Dawn. Like, if not a repurpose asset, which is fine. It's okay to repurpose assets from your previous games, right? Because, you know, that happens, you know? But I feel like all they did was change the teeth. And the skin tone, of course. Like, I don't know. To me, this is like the same image, but like, modified, you know? And this is kind of what I mean by, like, I don't want to have any, like, made-up designs, right? Do you have any art characters? Not yet. Well, I have, like, reference sheets and whatnot that I'm gonna do, or that I have for some of them, but we call it, I don't know. I'll have to draw up some basic concepts and whatnot for them. I already have an idea what the hell they're all gonna look like, right? But what do you call it? Like Steven, he's gonna look more rough or rugged, I suppose. Kind of like a what do you call it? Who the hell is the guy who played the wolf in Teen Werewolf or some shit? I don't know. Can I make some uniform stuff for them? Sure, if you want. For some of them, I kind of have an idea. I mean, for Linda, I kind of have an idea what she's gonna wear. I'm thinking I want to give. Actually, I don't know. I want to stick to the 1990s style, of course, but because Linda is a very jaded character, I don't know if she would be with the idea of just wearing a fucking waiter's outfit, you know, or waitress outfit, you know. A rough, yep. The idea for my image of Steven Ryder, the werewolf, the manager slash boss, is he is gonna look like a normal human at times, but the more he gets stressed out, the more he panics, the more he gets angry, the more patches of hair grows on him, you know? Like, hair just starts growing in patches on his upper cheeks, right? When he's in full rage mode, he goes full werewolf mode and just goes ham on whoever the hell is just causing him the stress or whatever the hell, you know, goes berserk. Anyone who messes with him once he goes to that state, they're dead. For Linda, hers is more traditional, you know. Just give her, I'm gonna give her some fucking fangs and whatnot. Make her seem more emotionless to match the whole vampire feel, you know. Pale skin, of course. And I don't know if I want to give her a traditional 90s diner outfit. I kind of want to give her one just so we know what era this is for the series, you know? I don't know. I know for her attitude, I know she wouldn't wear something like that. In like 90s type, let me see here. Let me do this, hold on. 90s diner waitress outfit. Here. Just the traditional types, you know, like this. Now, let me pull up PureRef actually. That way we can actually see what the hell we're doing. What we looking at. Kind of like, never mind, the fucking head's still cut off. Something like this, right? Where it just looks like, we call it. Let me look up actually Gothic, actually, because I know someone had to have made one. Something like this. I guess something like this, I don't know. A part of, like, the world building, right, or, like, trying to, you know, tell what era this is without actually telling them what era this is, right, is a part of, like, the style of the diner, style of the clothing, you know, because I don't want to, like, sit there with a line that specifically says, man, it sure is rough in these 1990 times, you know? I feel like in good storytelling, it's good to get that across without saying it, you know? It's the whole, you know, show, don't tell type deal. As for Benjamin the cook, he's a man spider. He doesn't wear clothes. He doesn't have any, like, private bits showing, of course, but he's a fucking 8-legged dude. Normal clothing doesn't really come easy for him, you know? But, yeah. Anyway, a part of the monster designs, though, I don't want to do anything, like, too custom like this, right? Because if you showed me this image without telling me anything about the quarry, I would think this is, like, a ghoul. Or some either a ghoul or some kind of Silent Hill level demon dude or whatever. You know? What's the name of the place? The diner itself is going to be called the Monster Diner. I know it sounds very... It sounds very, like, on the nose, but, like... There's a I call it, there's a scene that has to do with one of the letters of the sign that's out front on the... in the parking lot, I guess. Not in the parking lot, I guess in the driveway in, but, like, you know. But yeah. Not to say that this model here of their werewolves are bad, right? I just think that, you know, they fit the description of werewolves, right? Is there a logo or anything? I had a reference of that somewhere. Hold on. Let's see here. Whoops. Let's see here. Something like this. I was like trying to not this isn't like the diner itself logo, but like, you know, something like this or that. Something that would make we call it, make it seem kind of like welcoming or something like that. But yeah. I don't know. I know that the letters have to be kind of individual. Like, that's a big part of that's gonna be important to this design. But the letters need to be kind of able to, like, be put on one at a time to fit one of the scenes of the series. But yeah. I don't know, it's very weird, it's very... they call it... a lot of the planning stuff, right, it's still in motion, but a lot of the stuff I already kind of have a handle on, like, what I want, you know? It's just a matter of, like, making things that show it visually. Like, this is the, we call it, kind of the idea of where all the rooms are in the diner. I also have the layout made in Maya, so whenever I'm ready to make the diner, I can just go off there and make it, you know? Or start up or resume that portion. But, this would be the diner layout, you know? The waiting room, counter, dining area, restroom, sink and wash, you know, all that stuff. Bunch of references for, like, the diner. I really... let's see here. Let me call it. Yeah. I really love this layout for the diner, you know? This or that. I would go with this, right? But, like, it looks cool to me, but I have to think about, like, emissive maps and whatnot, you know? Emissive maps would probably be consistent mostly on the sign itself, right? And in the scene, if there's too many emissive maps, then it's gonna look like a fucking bright as hell... it'll look very bright, you know? Which, something like this would be, like, very tame, you know? Not a whole lot of light, but enough to kind of, like, you know, make it stand out. This here, it has a decent amount of, you know, variety of colors, right? You have, like, your lights, you have your light colors, I mean. You have, you know, some dark up top, you know, some contrasting colors. You know, the sign is glowing. You have this, like, rim of red here that's also could be glowing as well, but, you know, we call it. It's very divided, basically. something like this just kind of breathes to me like all we're gonna be hearing in the scene is like fluorescent or fluorescent lights going on, right? The little buzzing. I don't know about that. I don't mind those sound effects, right? But like the sound effects, in my opinion, have to match what's in the scene, you know? We could add less, but for this look, it's like it would look off, in my opinion. But anyway, this is what I kind of imagine Ben's like head looking like, and this is kind of like the bone structure and whatnot that I'm thinking of. Let's see here. Gonna make any background music. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. I wanted the monster theme version classic. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do that. God, I know it would be. I think I know some people who can make some music for me. God, but a part of me really wants like a Cowboy Bebop type deal, but it's not going to be as action-packed as Cowboy Bebop, so like I don't think it would match, but like, you know, I'm thinking like a cross between like Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy and Cowboy Bebop, you know? Because the idea of the diner and what happens there is customers come in with their own individual problems, right? It's not like the whole gimmick, right, is that it's not even monster-related problems half the time. It's just personal issues like you would find in like retail or whatever the hell, right? Like the world has ended and people are still being a pain in the ass. I'm talking like Kevin's, Karen's, individualism, people pushing propaganda onto people, you know, protests, but they're all doing it in their monster forms and whatnot. And it's and you know, you would think, you know, oh, big scary snowman is here to go tell us about their beliefs or whatever the hell. Unfortunately, we have a thermostat. Like, there's literally a scene where like a bunch of snowmen come up trying to like convince Steven to make the diet. This is kind of like a spoiler, but like it's literally an episode plot, so it's like whatever. But a bunch of snowmen go up to the diner and try to have Steven change some things about the diner to make it current gen appropriate, you know? Like appropriate for like culture, appropriate for their beliefs and whatnot. He's just talking and slowing mouse on the floor. Exactly. And this is I'm not gonna lie, I know that some of the jokes in this fucking series is gonna probably be taken very wrong. Not that we're trying to, you know, call anyone out, but what do you call it? The snowmen refer to themselves as snow people. And Steven, being a man who works a fucking 9-to-5 job and just is trying to fucking go to work, get paid, run his diner, go home, go take a fucking nap. He doesn't really want to deal with that crap, you know? People coming in and trying to run his show. You know, he just wants to, you know, get to the end of the day, his employees who also have a similar mindset just want to fucking do their jobs, go home. And there's people with that mindset, not just them, but people who have like main character syndrome, individualism, narcissist and whatnot. There's a classic Reddit moderator episode where someone who believes they deserve higher, they have a high status, who believes they deserve special favors and whatnot. And again, this is all set in a collapsed society, pretty much. And the world's still going on, but people are trying to just live life how they were. And if it wasn't bad enough, the problems they had beforehand still persist. Not to say that, like, you know, the whole gender thing is bad, or the pronoun stuff is bad. It's just the main plot is that these people, these snowmen, are pushing it heavily on these people who are just trying to work their damn jobs, you know? And, yeah. Like, imagine you're trying to, run a business, right? And someone who you don't even know comes in and tries to change your entire system because they feel like it's you know, correct or whatever. That's basically the whole idea. And it's supposed to be meant in a comedic way, you know. But yeah. Also, there was literally a goddamn... How I came up with snowmen was like... There was literally... I remember seeing like either a news report thing or somewhere online, people wondering what's the correct pronouns to call a snowman. And I thought, this is the dumbest thing we've ever... This is dumb. You know, like, you want to give... You know, if you want to be called something, that's okay. If you want to have special pronouns and whatnot, that's absolutely fine. But, like, attacking someone because they got it wrong? Like, if they're doing it just to annoy someone, right? Then sure, problem there. But some people like to just push it on to people, you know? And we all seen the videos and whatnot, you know? I mean, most of us have seen the videos probably. But yeah. That is a part of the idea of the Snowman episode. But yeah. It's like when people take things too far. That's basically the whole theme. Because, you know, everyone can be... There's probably a little bit of narcissism in all of us, right? Or in a lot of people, at the very least. But some people just kind of ride it, you know? Ride it. It's their whole personality. It's like the whole fucking... we call it, main character syndrome, or, we call it, that level of stuff. Yeah. Like... I feel like it's also what, like, South Park does as well, right? And Family Guy as well, I suppose. I found, like, we call it, South Park, right? They literally just have a parody of, like, whatever the hell is happening, right? Just make sure Steven says he doesn't mind the whole gender thing. He just doesn't care. Exactly. Like, oh, yeah. That's the whole thing, too. The whole... Yeah, maybe... Like, make it known who are hating on stuff like that. Oh, yeah, no. I make sure I have some lines where he says, you know, look, I don't mind... I don't mind whatever you guys want to call yourself. I really don't mind. I'm just trying to work a job here, alright? I'm trying to go home. I got ice cream in the fridge. I really want to get to that. Could y'all please just, like, order something? Or, like, the whole idea is, like, you know, he gives people the ability, plenty of abilities or moments to be kind and respectful, not hating towards their fucking beliefs or whatever the hell, right? Just trying to serve the people and get them out of here. Or if they want to leave themselves, be absolutely fine with it. He's just trying to go home to his goddamn ice cream or some shit, you know? He doesn't hate them for it. He just wishes they don't fucking, they don't push it onto him as fiercely. And he hates that, you know? It's kind of like in, The Big Bang Theory, right? Where, Howard would just make any conversation about, like, him being an astronaut who goes up to space, right? Like, the dude just constantly ropes that into every conversation, right? That's kind of what the people in the series, the issue of the week, I should say, basically falls into. And everyone in that episode of The Big Bang Theory, right, it was like, you know, we don't mind that you went to space, you know, it's pretty cool. But when you include it in every conversation, I don't know, man. It's kind of old. But yeah. Also, I make sure that, like, no one, the way solutions get handled in the series, right? Most of it comes down to, like, it's not like South Park where, like, the solution is just setting someone on fire or, like, something very bad happening to this person, right? Or whoever. I mean, usually, I suppose. Like, the solutions are kind of down to the weaknesses of whatever monster that person is. You know? But yeah. Let's see here. My favorite thing, though, of the Snowman episode that I'm writing the end, well, I'm finishing off the end, but I'm kind of going through it again to kind of, like, you know, correct any, like, grammar or any, you know, misspelled words. But, and I'm not gonna reveal what the menu items are, but a part of, these pronoun snowmen, snow people, a part of their shtick is they want the whole diner to change. The whole diner to become fluid with their beliefs and whatnot, you know? Not really, well, fluid and very much, like, in your face, tell not show, you know? And that includes the menu items. There's a basement and stuff. Have them come back when. Oh, yeah. There is. God, I can't wait. I really can't. Like, I have to fight myself on, like, not saying, you know, like, what is in the series, right? Because I know for a fucking fact. I mean, truthfully, honestly, it doesn't matter if I do, have Steven or anyone say, hey, you know, we are fine with you people having this belief for yourself. We just don't want that to be pushed on us, you know? We don't want the diner to, you know, to have an out of touch feel, or like we don't want the diner to be affected by this, you know? Or we don't want to have to deal with this on top of our jobs. I know, despite the fact, no matter what I do, however I phrase it, however I get it to come across that, you know, we're not against it. Well, we're not, that we are against it. Someone's gonna get fucking mad, you know? Someone's gonna get fucking pissed. Like, and that I'm completely fine with, honestly. Like, what do you call it? The whole idea of the series as well, for me, is like, what do you call it? To write and create with a little bit more freedom, you know? I feel like in order to, like, write somewhat what you want, you have to make it a satire, in a way. Because, like, you're not given the golden key to make fun of everything, but, you know, everything is basically like a parody, you know? It's like the whole, like, fried chicken and weed thing from South Park, right? They made fun of that, and I don't believe, you know, I don't believe that what happened in that episode ever could come reality, or if it was like, you know, could typically come, you know, saying that fucking fried chicken is basically fucking weed or whatever. Or no, it wasn't that. It was the fucking it was the Impossible Burgers, I mean. Like the weed burgers that Randy was making. I always get the goddamn episodes mixed up, you know, because, like, whenever there's, like, a weed episode, right, it's always Randy's episode. But, yeah. Let's see here, though. But, yeah, I can't wait. See here. Yeah. And that's gonna be with every episode too, you know? Like, the whole idea that, like, you know, the cast, or I guess the employees, I suppose, they, like, no matter who comes into the diner, I mean, some people that might, you know, despise or whatever the hell, but, like, for the most part, they don't really mind if someone just, we call it, if anyone comes into the damn diner, you know, they, and I feel like it'll be widely, Discord message, alright, I feel like it'll be widely showcased within, like, who they let in the diner in the first place, you know, because, oops, in this series, right, they let anyone in the diner, like, from slime monsters to monsters that shed a lot to, like, monsters that just turn the place into a wreck, you know? Mostly zombies. Zombies they're the ones that make the biggest messes in the diner, you know? They don't mind who enters the diner as long as they're not putting on extra stress to whoever, you know? Like, that's a big part of it, of course. Art. Monster Cafe. Oh, I'm gonna see here. Monster Cafe. I love it. Monster Diner. What I might do, I might use this honestly, if it's okay with you. What I might do though is we call it I need a. I know it sounds really weird. I need a giant letter D somewhere in the logo or in the name, I suppose, because something that involves a giant D has something to do with one of the episodes. Which, in retrospect to like this, we can absolutely use the use this as reference and whatnot. Yeah. So, hold on. Let me, I don't know. That's kind of why I can change the cafe diner. Yeah. If you want, you can. If not, like, we can absolutely, like, use this and, like, I can just, like, make diner right there, but in the same style as this. But yeah. There's a reason why the D is, like, larger than the other letters. I want to say, like, to say why would be a kind of a spoiler, I guess. But I don't know. I guess it wouldn't be a spoiler if I drop the Benjamin Butler script or demo script. I mean. Yeah. So, I mean, we call it. Something happens with the D, and it would be more funnier if the D was large, like larger than the other letters. Both, like, visually and, like, dialogue-wise, more comedic. Monster Diner. What you could do... Is it a Mystery Shack thing? Mystery Shack. Oh, let me see here. I gotta see what that is actually. Hold on. Son of a bitch. Mystery Shack. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be like that. Well, I guess here. People are here. Alright. Like call it. Basically what happens, right? Just to kind of go over a little bit, right? So God. Whatever. The D falls off the sign. And Benjamin has to use his webs to hold it back up. And he's on the phone with his drug dealer. And there's just a line where it's just like, oh, fuck, my D fell. And the fucking drug dealer's like, what? The fuck just happened over there? And, yeah. We call it, technically it wouldn't be a spoiler in my opinion, I think, because I have that in the fucking, one of the demos, actually. Fucking... But yeah. either way, though, I think with, yeah. Either way, though, I feel like we could make it work with this, too. Yeah. Like, what do you call it? Because it doesn't have to be, like, all the way up top, right? I think it'd be funnier if, like, it was up top, right? Like, maybe the D is just, like... He's, like, trying to use his webs to kind of, like, hold the goddamn, hold the damn D upright. I don't know. Like, it would be kind of like... what do you call it? If it was on the bottom... Because ideally, Ben would be up on top here, right? And he's trying to, you know, hoist the D up and keep it somewhat stable around here, right? Then the D, the web snaps, it falls, cracks on the pavement. You know, something like that. Yeah. Big part of it too, as well, is what do you call it? I don't know. It's not. I mean, it's a spoiler, of course, but it's not a complete spoiler because there's a whole. So I call it. The series isn't episodic, meaning whatever the hell happens in the last season can correlate to last season. If that happens in the last episode, correlates to what happens in other episodes, right? So how we get to this point isn't really a spoiler, because no, we don't even know what the hell happens. Well, you and everyone else wouldn't know what the hell happens in the beginning, unless, you know, end up voicing a character, of course. But yeah, it's an episodic. And something happens to get us to the diner sign falling. You know? Let's see here. I think my favorite character is gonna be Ben. Alright? Like, I know that... I already have someone in mind who can play Ben, by the way. A voice actor for Ben. Who wants to do it, by the way. So, unless he gives up the role, which I'm not going to, you know, pester him to or anything like that, the role is his. All right, straightforward. But if he decides to, like, ever decides he doesn't want the role before we start recording lines, then, you know, I'll have to find someone to play Ben. Then, of course, right? I don't know. Part of the reason why I want to try and find people now for the voice lines is because this will probably take a good couple months or so to make the assets, right? That gives everyone plenty of time, in my opinion, to decide if they want to voice a character or not, you know? I don't want to, like, you know, day one be ready for production, ready to record lines, then 5 episodes in, someone finds out, you know what, maybe I don't want to do this, you know? Because that is kind of my fear, right? Someone decides they want to voice a main character, but then midway through, they decide they don't want to anymore, you know? Or maybe there's like a... Or maybe we want to do another season of this or something in the future and they just don't want to, you know? Which is fine, you know. Everyone, if they don't want to do it right, they don't want to do it right. I'm not going to force anyone to. But it's like, be really fucking shit if, you know, we get halfway through and someone that says, you know what? Linda is no more. You know? Like, alright. But yeah. That is the only thing I'm kind of nervous about when it comes to, voice actors for this. Because, voice actors when it comes to this because, although it would be possible, and I know it would be kind of shitty, it would be possible to, have someone come on who sounds similar to a certain character. Post a new version. Here, I'll go look at that. Oh yeah, hold on. I'm gonna save this. Yeah, we're using this one. Let's see, I love that. Could definitely see it too, like, what do you call it? Like the eye, the fucking, the coffin, the D. I could easily kind of, like, make this into, like, similar to, like, a fang at the end, Or, the sharp ends, that people use in, like, what you call it, people use in, like, gothic style cartoons or shows, right? I could definitely see that, That is gonna be... That'd be kind of cool. That'd be cool. I could definitely tell, too, when it comes to this, right? There's gonna be a lot of, like, very... specifically chosen designs and whatnot, But yeah, we'll definitely use this, Mercury. Thank you. And, you earned a title in the credits. I mean, they call it. Everyone who works on the series, right? They're gonna get a name in the credits, right? Let's see here. Which what I might do is, just to make sure everyone gets their due diligence right when it comes to, credit for this, right? I might have, like a document or, like, a sheet, something, for people to kind of, like, sign how they want to be credited, Because, yeah. Decide how they want to be credited in the credits, which could be fucking anything. I'm not like limiting it down to just name. Like, ideally, I want to put in as whatever they want to promote, because like if you wanted to like promote your comic series that we saw in the art channel and the Discord channel or server at the end of the episodes or the credits or whatever, I'm all for it. If someone else working on the series has like a Twitch stream or anything like that, they start playing classic songs during these streams to match the vibe. Oh yeah, I need to find a playlist of that. And maybe even make the whole vibe match the diner. Oh yeah. I tried, so we call it, to kind of like go along with it, right? Once I get the diner made, I might make the front of it. I would say so to... We sat down to MM comic. Oh, hell yeah. That's part of this too, right? There's no shortage on the fucking references on the promotion material either, I can have it at the end of every episode, No problem. But yeah, once the diner is made, and, possibly other assets as well, I'm definitely gonna use those assets to kind of like theme up the whole Twitch layout thing, because I want a new one. Because the background, the spinning circles, right? Or the rotating circles, right? It's alright. But it kind of reminds me of, like... what do you call it? It was cool at the time. Because I was doing like a video game, right? Like, I was doing something that had to do with that theme of this. But now we're doing diner stuff. I don't know, it just reminds me of, like, a cigarette pack or some shit. Not that I smoke, but, like... I don't know, it just feels like in the middle, there might be, like, a advertisement for, like, some weird off-brand pack of smokes or some shit. I don't know. But yeah. My plan, though, that I want is, as soon as I can get, like, the diner and the scene, the setting made right, I want to kind of use the Monster Diner, like a sign thing, as, like, the waiting room, or, like, the AFK room in the stream, you know? Maybe use, like, the, one of the booths in the diner as, like, the layout for the stream, you know? Or maybe have, like, a laptop or some shit in the diner, and that is where the stream is being, quote-unquote, you know, like, shown on, you know? Something like that. Something to that effect. But yeah. I am 100% down to, you know, promote anything. As long as I have permission, of course, from... I know I have permission from you. But, you know, as long as I have, like, permission from people to promote stuff, you know? Because, you know. I don't want, like, we call it, I don't want, like, someone telling me to promote some, other voice acting. Vibrant colors, yeah. These, Yep, exactly. Like, I don't want to, like, have a voice actor or someone come on here and be like, yeah, can you promote this one project for me, you know? And I'm okay with it, right, of course, and find out someone on that project just doesn't want it promoted. Which is a thing, alright? Like, we call it, like, just because, of course, right, I mean, it's obvious, but, just because one person on a project says you can do something, like, yeah. Like, if there's a head of the project, right, I don't want to, like, have the guy come after me saying, take down the animation. I didn't authorize you to promote traffic to my fucking projects. Which is, you know, respectable. You know? I have a feeling, too, the reason why I say that, right, is because I know what kind of satire comedy show I'm presenting, right? Like, not every goddamn, not every series or whatever the hell that South Park has ripped on, I'm pretty sure that respective series has wanted to, have anyone be promoted with, you know? Or, like, come from, you know? Like, you know. We call it. I'm surprised, too, actually. Like, I'm pretty sure, South Park has probably gotten sued a couple times, right? But, like, I am... We call it, but people try to sue them, probably. But I'm surprised, you know, like, they're still going, you know? I remember there was like an interview with them how the creators of South Park were like, yeah, our plan was to go as long as until we got fucking canceled, and that just hasn't happened yet, so guess you're making a goddamn video about, or episode about fucking PC or whatever the fuck, you know, PC Principle. God, kind of love that episode, you know, or that joke, you know, fucking whoever posted whatever the fuck this shit was, I'm gonna break their legs. Shows what the hell was his name? Shows the guy with the fucking crutches, right? Love that shit. See, if you really want, actually, you know what? If you want, Mercury, fucking, once I get to that part of the, episode, I guess, or that episode, there is a menu that I have to, like, get in the goddamn series or whatever the hell, you know? Thing is, the reason why Timmy, or I think it was, no, it wasn't Timmy, it was someone else. But yeah, we call it, in one of the episodes, there is a mock-up, like an actual like mock-up in episode of like the menu for the diner and whatnot. I'm not gonna, you know, we call it, I'm not gonna ask for it now because I am not sure if we're gonna even have it, you know, but there will be certain things in the diner that will have to be, they'll have to be the designs for, you know? Like, we call it, a big part of it too is like, we call it, getting the interior design to look very 90s like. I think I know how I'm going to do that. But I might have to do some, you know, we call it, basic concept sketching, you know? Happy to design. Sweet. Thank you. What I'm gonna do though is what I'm gonna do first though, because I don't want to have anything that I don't want to issue any designs, right? And then we find out, or it comes down to that design not being used in the animation, right? I want to try and get through the scripts of all 7 episodes, right, before we start doing any, like, we call designs of, like, the diner, like the inside of the diner, right? Because where some of the placements of the rooms are very specific and whatnot towards a certain scene. Like, we call it, there is going to be a lot of, like, one-shot takes and whatnot going around. That's the reason why there's a lot of doors here, actually. Like, one-shot takes and whatnot. There's a reason why the restrooms are over here specifically, you know, for a certain scene to look better. Or for, like, conveniency for, like, you know, having a couple, camera cuts, you know? But yeah. Basically, what I'm saying is, right, I'm gonna get the scripts done, and then we're gonna see what we need, you know? Because, yeah. Because the menu of the diner, that's one of the things I need. But I know the items on that list or that menu is going to be different from a traditional diner, right? It's all going to be like monster themed stuff, you know? That more or less correlates to we call it to what a monster might order at a diner, you know? Like, a vampire might order something like blood soup, or a goddamn zombie might come in there and order, like, I don't know, a brain burger, or we call it. What else? Brain burger, maybe a mummy would order something more liquid, you know? A mummy, in my opinion, right? The mummies in the universe. It's probably gonna be old people. You know, no teeth, you know, barely walking. Needs a fucking wheelchair, probably. But, yeah. Yeah, that's one of the, we call it, things. But I do want to, like, figure out, like, what food the diner will serve. Just, call it, what the diner will serve, right? So that we kind of are fitting the reality, you know? Because I don't want to, like, you know, show a scene of the menu, right? In one scene, then in some other scene, we have someone eating some food that's not on the menu, right? The brain burger where the buns are cut open and patty delivered. Oh yeah, that's a lot better than what I was thinking of, honestly. They have a sign saying no wooden. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of like dietary and utensil needs for monsters or not, you know? Such as what happens when a werewolf accidentally cuts themselves with a fork. Or accidentally stabs in themselves. The idea too, right, is like the way I'm writing the comedy, right? I'm going for more abrupt comedy and, you know, ironic stuff, right? Obscure stuff. But I'm also going for the button method and the button method and the rule of three. The button method being like we're in the middle of a scene, right? And then boom, something happens, comedic or whatever the fuck, right? It changes the scene. It flips it on its head. Like, we might have a diner scene where the place is just relaxed, everyone's enjoying their food or whatever. Maybe a werewolf has a silver fork, right? He's trying to pick at his food, right? But eventually, he accidentally fucking hits himself in the fucking hand. He goes, feral, whatnot. Goes rampaging through the diner, you know? Don't use plastic color. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The idea, too, right, is like, well, a part of what the diner is, right? There will be like, classic things that, well, a part of the name of the show or the premise, right, is like, these people who run the diner, right, they're not really, they know about this stuff, right? About all this stuff that, their guests probably can't really have, or they should probably keep away from their guests, right? But in the moment, they're not thinking about it, right? So they just kind of like you know, hand a fucking, like, Linda will probably, like, hand a fucking werewolf a fucking spoon. That werewolf touches the goddamn spoon and goes fucking feral all of a sudden, you know? Like, over some, like, small, minute stuff, you know? And with the rule of 3 level of writing comedy, right? That is where... That's very universal when it comes to, like, how you play out a scene, basically. How it... There's a break in C-pop, different weapons, or... dog whistle. Oh, yeah. In fact, I mean, I'm not gonna... Actually, no, it's a spoiler. Kind of. Because Steven's a part werewolf and whatnot, and he has to do certain things about that. About that whole... what he calls a curse. More than a gift. But yeah. The rule of 3 level of writing comedy, right? Or the method, right? Basically, it's like... you either play it as, like, dominoes to something bigger happening, or, like, dominoes that makes a larger effect, or you put a what do you call it? It would be like if... what do you call it? Let's say Linda goes to the counter and tells Steven that table 6 needs more napkins. Steven says, what the hell? They already had like five, you know, napkin holders full of napkins, right? He decides to cut them off, you know? No more napkins for table 6, right? Next scene would probably be like the fucking table 6. It's just a bunch of zombies drowning in their blood soup, you know? Fucking, you know, face first in their soup. Someone in the background, a zombie, you know, gets up, sips on something, falls over, and just smacks his head on the damn table 6. The soup goes flying everywhere, you know? The 3-step rule is like, Steven denies them the napkins. The zombies are drowning in their own soup, making a mess everywhere. The goddamn zombie behind them ends up crashing into the table, making a bigger mess. Like, what ultimately happens is, fucking, despite the solution being denied, it wouldn't have fucking mattered, you know? But yeah. It's all on the level of narrative, too, of how you, like, dictate the comedic scenes, right? But, you know, it's also like the diner scene, the diner D falling, right? That's also a button level of writing comedy and whatnot. It's like, you know, we're like, Ben is having a conversation. Steven groans and grabs the mop. Oh yeah. Like, Ben is like he's struggling, of course, right? Out of breath, winded, kind of pushing himself to an extensive exertion, you know? He's talking to fucking his drug dealer on the phone, and then boom, the fucking wire webbing he's using to hold up the D sign snaps, falls, breaks, crash on the ground. That's the definition of like the button press on a script, you know? That is like pulling it from Ben trying his hardest at something to boom, that tension just fades away, you know? These are like classic like motions in fucking script writing, you know, like classic flow changes and whatnot, but people use them for comedy and whatnot, at least from what I fucking researched and whatnot and looked up and whatnot. In fact, all right, I know this is overboard, all right, and I'm not gonna go. I mean, I could go over and dig it out right now, but I may have a couple movie scripts that I have been reading up on. Not like a textbook, right, but like actual scripts, you know? I'm not sure if they're like the legit scripts from the fucking movies or if it's like the same writing or whatever the fuck, right? But I have some. Primarily, the one that I've been reading right now is the script to Zombieland with the Tallahassee guy, Woody Harrelson. Learning about, how did they write these scenes to make the comedy work. In a lot of cases and whatnot, the way a script is supposed to be written right, it's supposed to be a fucking blueprint on how to write the episode or the movie or whatever the fuck, right? It's meant to be a blueprint. It's not meant to be like a chapter book or a fucking novel where you're describing things too heavily, right? It's just like, here's what's happening. Oh yeah, same. I love it so much. Fucking, what do you call it? Even Double Tap. I know people kind of like rip on Double Tap, but it's still good. It's still a decent movie in my opinion. Not as good as the first one though, of course. But yeah, not as good. But yeah, I don't know. I thought about it, like when I was like trying to write this goddamn write this these episodes right, and I thought, what better way to practice writing scripts right or like look into it than just finding scripts online or like going to places and just finding one and reading one. Like, I don't mind. I don't really care if it's the actual script of the damn movie, right? But it's like, you either learn from a textbook or you grab one and you read it. Also, I should also state too, this series is also kind of like we call it a practice for me to see, well, a practice in terms of like, let's see how this goes. I know I can do it, but let's try this out, learn from it. That little type of stuff. But yeah. Anyway, so let's see here. So yeah, once the episodes are done with script writing, I will know exactly what characters I need and be able to make a list of what all needs to be modeled, what needs to be fucking, made and whatnot, and all that stuff and whatnot. Which we call it I was looking up to, like how like what is the average script length, for anything really. And I found out that what do you call it scripts for fucking animation, god, like it is so much, it's interesting really. So for movies, 1 minute of film is usually 1 minute or 1 minute. Fuck it. 1 minute of film is usually 1 page in a script. So if you have like a 90-minute movie, the script is probably like 90 pages or whatever the fuck, right? If you have a movie like Endgame from Avengers, right? It's probably like 180 pages or whatever the hell. Probably longer because of, some of the more in-depth scenes. But for animation, because you're having to describe so many things, right? Like, what do you call it? It can literally be like almost double the runtime. Like if you have like a 10-minute animation, right? It's okay to bring it up to 20 pages of a script, right? And, thinking about that, right, I was thinking, right, like, how how many pages do we think the average episode of like Futurama, Rick and Morty, an anime episode has, you know? Like, and I doubt they're describing, you know, fight scenes and whatnot, you know, or like explosions and all that crap, right? But we call it some of those goddamn, you know, TV shows are not right, cartoons. There's a lot going on to like a lot going on in 1 minute to really kind of like put it down on paper, you know, or put down on one sheet, you know. But yeah, I don't know. It's crazy to me. Like we call it. Like I get it, you know. You don't want to have a super long script, right? When the material could easily fit on like on less pages, right? But like, god damn, fucking, it is interesting to me at least. But yeah, let's see. And I'm pretty fucking sure too, like, what do you call it? When it comes to script writing in big motion pictures, not that I'm making one, fucking, I'm pretty fucking sure that, it comes to called like existing properties, right? Like we call it like usually the director and the scriptwriter are typically two different people, you know. Ideally, I think, you know, the scriptwriter and the director should probably sit down and like write the script together, you know, because that just sounds like a better idea. But I truly believe that, you know, like if you're gonna write a script right, the director needs to be sitting down with you as you write it, you know? Because, like, if not, then that movie, that episode is probably gonna look so much differenter on screen than it did in your mind, in your head, you know? It's kind of like the Harry Potter series, right? Whoever Rowling or whoever the hell her name was. Like, I remember she only wanted, I believe, British actors to be in Harry Potter. You know, she only wanted British actors, right? Which is no problem. You know, it's whatever. But like, we call it. That was her image of Harry Potter. Wasn't we call it fuck was his name? Guy's fucking name. Fucking James Franco. It wasn't like, you know, fucking Harry Potter with James Franco or whatever the hell, you know? Like, we call it. Like, if you really want your image in your series to kind of pan out right, you either have to be in the same room as the fucking director, hashing out what the script is going to be, or write the script together, or they have to be the same people, you know? And I feel like in like cinema, right, we see it. Daniel Radcliffe, probably, I don't know. I just remember, you know, on some like documentary or some shit, like someone was saying that the writer of Harry Potter, the books, right? She wanted all British people to be in the movie, you know? Like only British people to, you know, be the characters, right? or play the characters or whatever. Like, that was her image, that was her vision, right? And it worked. It worked really. It was really well thought out. Of course, right? That was the author's wishes, right? And I could probably imagine that's probably how she thought about when she wrote the book. Again, probably other reasons. But I like to think it's because that's how she envisioned when writing the book. Like, if I wrote a character, right, and I envisioned that character to be like a Seth Rogen type, right? I wouldn't want anyone other than anyone looking like Seth Rogen to voice or uh play that character. Even though that's I wouldn't do that honestly. Like, I feel like when making characters, right, you have to be kind of careful about who the character is based on, right? You know, who that character can kind of like symbolize, right? Because if I try to make a character that's like pitch perfect to like or not pitch perfect, like kind of in the same spear as like see, what's a good actor who could not be replaced? Like Jack Black or Robert Downey Jr. or any of those big guys, right? And that's the vision I had for that role, and someone else gets it right. Not that I would be betting on one of those two people getting the role, right? And that role is probably going to be very not like what you thought it was going to be. I feel like that's also a big consideration too in making characters, like, or writing characters and whatnot. I say like I fucking have written so many things before, but you know, all this to say, I'm trying to be cautious when it comes to characters in this series, but yeah, we call it though. How was it? Fucking. Which, by the way, so in the Zombieland script, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it's the fucking first one actually. Fucking. So apparently, in the Zombieland first movie script, the guy who played Columbus was supposed to be originally named Flagstaff. In fact, I believe that because in the very first scene in that script, it's Flagstaff, a guy named Flagstaff, in a apartment. I don't think we call it I mean, I don't think that maybe like that point in the movie, all those four characters supposed to be like people that were originally supposed to be the main cast. But it wouldn't surprise me after reading those that script, you know? Original name for the main character was supposed to be Flagstaff. Which honestly I feel like Columbus matches better. Especially if that is what they were going to go for, you know? But not because the name of Flagstaff, like Columbus itself, right? That makes it more have flavor, in my opinion. If you like give people the names of where they're from, you can kind of predict what the hell they're gonna act like in the goddamn series, right? It's kind of like the Berkeley guy from the second movie, right? Like, it's all conveyed through Tallahassee's like acting in like one of the scenes, you know. If you just have a character named Flagstaff, that doesn't tell you much, right? Like, I like characters whose names kind of breathe, you know? It breathes something, you know? Fucking, we call it a Hulk. Fucking, we call it a Hulk, Ganondorf, fucking Harry Potter. We call it. And sometimes they even go for names that mean things, you know? Like, not in itself, but like, believed in, you know? Like, what do you call it? Like, when I came up, so for the last game I was working on, the Man vs. Monster game and whatnot, Sasha, who's supposed to be a healer, the word Sasha means protection. Oh, let me look it up, make sure. Fuck it, I know my facts. Hold on. What does the name Sasha mean? Sasha was supposed to be the healer mage character. Alright, Sasha is a name that means defender of men or helper of mankind. That's kind of why I chose Sasha to be a healer type, you know? I know it might actually sound like a fucking... It sounds like a goddamn tank type class, but like, you know... Fucking... I don't know. It was close enough to what I wanted, you know? Names that mean things, you know? And even before my break, in me learning about fucking, you know, different names for stuff, right? I've always disclosed my fascination for character names. Because they mean more than just what you call the character, in my opinion. But yeah. It's not just like, you know, making them memorable. Feel? But yeah. Which you know, Stephen S. Ryder, Lyndon Knightley, Benjamin Butler, they all have meanings behind them. One of them I would probably get sued for. Can you guess which one? Fucking... Oh yeah, names mean something. And I don't mean like, you know, like on the nose, like Iron Man, right? I mean, it's a good name, but like, you know, hold on. It's like the name Jack Reacher, right? That tells you a lot about the fucking character, right? Especially if you see what the guy looks like, right? Like, you see, you hear of a fucking man named, you know, the Reacher, Jack Reacher, the big ass man who looks like when he holds a shotgun in his hands like a fucking pistol. Have you guys seen that? Have y'all seen that image? All right, hold on. Jack Reacher shotgun. Whoops. Is it here? There was a scene where Jack Reacher was holding a fucking shotgun in front of like some house or some shit. And I swear to God, that shotgun looks so goddamn small in his hands. Not to spoil, I haven't seen Reacher. I just, remember that goddamn fucking shotgun looking so fucking small. Hold on. They're not gonna show it. Maybe in a video? Whatever. But yeah, they showed a picture of the dude holding a fucking shotgun. It was like a pistol in his hand. Like he's holding a baguette. It was just like he doesn't look like he needs the shotgun. Is what I'm trying to say. Like he is the Reacher, Jack Reacher, reaches for the top shelf item. Your handyman inside of any Walmart. But yeah. Anyway, posted my idea for the uniform. Oh, let me check that out. Here, let me inspiration. Nice. Hold on. Let me show it up on stream. That could definitely work. Let's see here. I love this though. I will for the waitress and whatnot. Will this here. I'm absolutely. This looks perfect. The female dress. The male, it can work. I might use this. I'm trying to think here. Actually, yeah, it would work. I'm thinking like, color scheme wise, Ooh, I think I know what I might do actually. So I will use these. One of Steven's gimmicks, right, is he goes werewolf, right? His clothes tear. I wouldn't mind making two versions of this outfit here, the male uniform. One where it's like all neat, like fresh and new, but as the gut. I think if the pink lines were thinner on the man's uniform, it would work better. Yeah. Oh yeah. When I make this right, I'm definitely gonna, give myself the modeling and texturing options in the end once we get down to the texturing right, to modify the lines and anything to make it, match and look the best, But yeah, I appreciate this, Mercury. Like this probably would take me like a good couple hours or so to do, honestly. But I appreciate, What I'm thinking. Okay, do you remember? Do you remember fucking Arkham Knight? How over time in the game, the Batman cape ends up becoming more and more torn up. I'm thinking we could do that for your Steven's uniform here, right? Throughout the episodes, right? Dude is just tearing his uniform up. Appreciate that, man. What I might do as well in the Discord server, I mean, I know it's not really that popular or not really popping right now, but like, absolutely make some legendary role statuses and whatnot. But yeah, the what do you call it? I could definitely see it, honestly. Like as the season goes on, or the episodes, right? The uniform just gets fucking more and more and more torn up, right? That would be kind of funny. For Linda's uniform here, I'm thinking. The colors will obviously match the diner outside, right? Actually, yeah. This would work better. This would work. Yeah, I'm thinking because this is one thing I will never fucking spoil about the series, alright? There's one thing I will never fucking reveal, alright? But there's a secret behind the diner. Alright? Not gonna say what it is. But whenever I choose or I decide on this stuff, right, I'm thinking about that, you know? Like, basically how fucked it would be if we. How better fucked it would be if we did something like this, you know? Like, with every decision, basically. This would absolutely work towards what is gonna happen. Especially. Oh, yeah, we're using this. We're using this. I'm not gonna say what. I'm not gonna say what. Alright? Is what I am. What I want to do. So, a part of writing the series, right? We call it there's a lot of things that I want to have happen periodically, right? And God, it's gonna be. I mean, I know myself well enough to like know that it's gonna be hard for me to like not uh just blatantly say shit, you know, like, oh yeah, we're doing this, because like I know it's a decent idea that I have in mind, but you know. Through every decision that I make, I have to make sure that like that thing doesn't come out, you know? The reveal or whatever. Cause yeah. But yeah, in due time. For Ben Mikata, he's gonna be relatively kind of naked throughout the entire season. Or the episodes and whatnot. Hold on. Go there. I don't want that there. Alright. Bugging me. But yeah. For Ben, there's not gonna really be a outfit for him is not really needed. I'm not sure, but yeah, I don't think so. A big part of the world too, right, is like the world kind of the monster shit kind of happened abruptly to everyone. All right, that's kind of stated in like the first episode. Whatnot. It's not really. It's kind of a spoiler, of course, but like not so much where it's like fucking oh this shit is revealed fucking episode 5 or some shit, right? Like it's just the nature of the world. If you could send some references into the Discord or tell me, I'd be down to make some concept design. Also low key. Yeah. Alright. So low key. Yeah. But yeah. We call it when it comes to we call it the world itself, right? The monsters and whatnot, it happened abruptly and whatnot. So Ben really didn't have much. You call it there's no spider conveniently made clothing in the universe. You know? But yeah. See references in the Discord tell me what. Alright. See. Most likely, what I'll do is I will. What do you call it? After stream today, I will. What do you call it? Finish up the script and then start working on those. Finishing up the reference sheets and whatnot. I want to be able to bring it, or I want to be able to issue out the demo scripts and all that stuff, right? So people can like get a handle on what they want to who they want to voice, because that is right now, like, voice acting is or finding voice actors is like top priority. But yeah, call it yeah. Once they get at least a good portion of that done, I'll gather the references and send them over. Call it the things I'm gonna have to, you know, model up and have like designs for whatnot. Other than the diner itself, right? The menus, characters, all that crap, right? I I would say I call it a hmm. I guess some like posters. I guess right now I'm not too sure. That's kind of the reason why I don't want to like. I want to finish the scripts, because at that point I will know exactly what we need, rather than just sitting here and be like, yeah, we might need this, and find out after making it, yeah, we're gonna toss this. Which I wouldn't honestly, but again, if anything is made, it turns out that we don't need it, I'll find some way to put it in, alright? So, like, everything is, some way that's logical and not just tossed in just to toss in, right? Like, if I make a teacup, welcome back, Mercury. I was just saying, we call it, what am I gonna do? Because, like, I could say what designs I need, right? Or send off some designs I need, right? But I want to finish the script so I know exactly what the hell we need, you know? Or finish at least some of them or most of them. Because I could say we need something and then come to find out, you know, we don't. I don't want to, like, have people spend time or, you know, pour their heart and soul into something when we're not even going to be using it. If it ever comes down to that, or we're not going to use something to whatever the hell purpose it was going to be used for, I will find a way to put it in so we at least have it to use, right? Or we do use it at some point. But, you know, just for, like, convenience sake, I'm going to finish the scripts and whatnot, or get enough done to where I'm confident with what all we need. Then I'll probably, have, I'll probably go off and finish the reference sheets and whatnot, get everything we need for designing and whatnot. And yeah, because I don't want to like sit here and be like, oh yeah, we need a design for a certain monster, and then that monster we just don't have them, or we don't like put them into the episodes and whatnot. Because a big part of what do you call it, what I'm trying to manage with when it comes to like the episodes, right, is like trying to manage the flow, you know? And it comes to that, comes right down to where you spend your runtime, right? Like, I don't want to have any, like, we call it, things that are there just to be there, you know? It's kind of like when we call it, some, what was his response to my question before? Oh. Also low key. Or which question? Fucking the concepts and designs. Call it the basically it was I'm gonna get the scripts that I need to get done so I know exactly what we need designs for before I start issuing out the probable designs. The diner and whatnot, the by the references, yeah. The I know I need designs for the diner and like a menu for that, but as I'm writing the scripts, right, I'm not sure if I'm going to just like change the layout of the diner, to kind of make scenes easier to animate, or like do something that will align with like the narrative or like the flow. Basically, right now, like the safe stuff to make designs for is the main characters, the sign of the diner itself, right? And yeah, everything else, like the character designs for like the monster, werewolf, Spider-Man. Yeah, yeah. See here. I can get those in, I think. Yeah. I'll have to do like a rough sketch, like rough as in like this, right? Kind of like a little anatomy type deal for the monsters or not, or like, the werewolf, vampire, the spider, The we call it the vampire. I know I don't want her to like, like to match the jaded attitude, the jaded, the snarkiness, like we call it. Like she just like breathes. Like if you talk to her, expect some fucking sass or like to get like called out, made fun of, or like she's here to fucking take a goddamn order, put it back in on the till for the fucking cook to prepare and go back to her smoke break, or whatever. I don't know. After this, I will, I'll go off and do that with the getting the references and all that stuff in order with the images and all that crap. But yeah, I'll definitely do that for you, Mercury. I thought you were talking about like the whole diner and whatnot. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. A part of the process here that I'm trying to go with, right, is like, you know, making sure everything is ready to be worked on, It's kind of why I'm not focusing on the diner like right away, right? Because I have an idea what it will look like, right? But I'm not gonna sit here and like start making the structure until I know exactly what it looks like. But yeah. As for the monsters, though, I have a pretty solid idea what the hell those will look like in the end. So those I'll definitely get to you. Yeah. But of course, I want to spend some time to, you know, fucking make sure you have all you need, you know? Because, yeah. When it comes to, what do you call it, them and their, like, monster to human form, right? There's a lot of variations, I would say. Like, Steven, for example, when he gets, let's say, let's say there's a meter of stress for Steven the werewolf, right? If it's at like stress level 1 or something like that, right? 1 to 3 or so, he might be growing like hair patches on his on his cheeks or, you know, on his arms or whatever the hell, right? If it's like stress level 5 or 7 or so, it'll be in more places. If it's like 10, it'll be like full on. Oh, what type of spider is the guy? For him, what do we call it? A spider is this one? I'm more or less thinking like something like this, you know? Hold on, let me look up what the hell this thing even is, because I just saw the face and I thought, yeah, that can work. Hold on. What kind of spider is... For all I know, this could be like heavily edited or some shit. Either way. Let's see here. Yeah, it's a wolf spider. Interesting, I guess. But yeah, a wolf spider, whatnot. Let me save this tab so I can like pull off some of these images and whatnot. But but yeah. I don't know. This guy gives me like Wall-E vibes, you know, where it's just like very innocent in a way. Until you realize he smokes crack. No, he does weed in it, you know. He does weed. Also, the like Ben, just to kind of go over his like size and all that crap, right? He is a hold on, that's a broadcast. Let's see here. At some point, he's trying to convince Steven to lend him money for drugs, and just says part wolf. Oh yeah. You know what? That actually might be. There's an episode that might. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about, you know, him being part wolf, you know? You saw the fucking spider, I thought, oh, that's innocent, you know? Fucking. But now that I know it's a fucking wolf spider, there's an episode where that might. Not the, you know, the drug thing where it's like, oh yeah, we're both wolves, you know? There's an episode where that might be tested. No. We call it. But yeah. Also, like size wise, I'll give you a whole character sheet, honestly, you know? Like size wise, how tall they are, you know, how tall they are, fucking, you know, eye color, again, all that jazz. Hair. Cause I know what do you call it, I know I want Ben to, despite the fact that he's a spider, right? He's still like 5'7" or 8, you know? 5'7", 8 when standing tall like a human, right? But maybe when he's like crouched down in his like spider stance, right? Maybe like a good 2.5 or 3 feet tall. However tall he is, honestly. Whenever he gets to that stance. But yeah. For Steven, I know he is supposed to be tall. Benjamin's job is the cook of the diner. He is the only chef of the diner. Steven basically thought, oh, 6 legs, 6 shifts. No, fucking not 6. 8 legs, 8 shifts. Or whatever the hell. And he only pays him for 1. As messed up as that sounds. But yeah. See here. As for Linda, though, I know she's probably gonna be the. For her, I'm thinking maybe like a 5'7", maybe smaller. You know, definitely not less than like 5 foot. Either 5'6" or 5'7". Yeah, because like we call it Linda needs to be kind of feared, but also intimidating, you know? And I know, you know, it's a kind of a thing where it's like, oh yeah, don't be fucking, like, you know, small characters can still do a lot of damage, right? But visually, I need Linda to kind of, like, looking at her, you think, we call it looking at her, you think, this person might kill me if I step on the wrong path or some shit, you know, like walking on eggshells, right? That's what I'm thinking of. But because it's like that, and knowing that she has this haunting presence to her, you know, of like, you might get fucked over by a vampire, you know? It's like added to that effect of like, we fucked up, you know? Or whatever. I don't know. Benjamin is definitely probably gonna be the most fearful of Linda. Mostly because of the fact that he knows his monster form isn't really that fucking great. Or his monster form isn't that fucking. It's not giving me any fucking defense points, you know? Towards a vampire. But yeah. But part of the thing is too with this fucking series on love how they have such basic names. Yeah. Yeah. They call it I would give them like I don't know, I was looking up names of like characters similar to fucking Linda, right? I just looked up fucking jaded characters, right? And a lot of them just kind of have like weird, like on the nose sounding names of like, yeah, that makes sense why they have the characteristic, you know? Like, for example, Jade from Victorious. Fucking, I read up on that fucking character and whatnot. And yeah, no, yeah. They name the jaded character Jade. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Like, I get it, right? You know, play on names. It's whatever, you know? But like, what the fuck? Like, not that I think the character's bad. I think it's a well-written character, of course, but like, you know how I feel about names. Like, of course it can match, but sometimes it's like Jade is jaded, uh-huh. It's like, you know, like Superman matches, right? Because Superman is fucking Superman, right? But his real name is Clark Kent, right? Tip of the nose is as long as it. Exactly. Like Christ. Like I don't think, like, people can name the characters whatever they want. It's whatever, right? But I have a fucking respect towards people who actually give their characters like names that match, but like isn't like calling your character like it'd be like calling your character like calling Superman powerful man or like fucking super strong whatever the fuck, right? Like there's a reason why they don't have those kinds of fucking names. The only character that I think kind of gets away with it, right, is One Punch Man, but like it's not exactly fucking what do you call it, it's supposed to be like a laughing style fucking anime, not meant to be taken seriously, And no, like, Nickelodeon shows aren't meant to be taken seriously either, right? But it's like, we call it the way some of those those fucking Nickelodeon shows were like presented, right? They tackled like serious topics and whatnot, It was just like, all right. Like Christ. But yeah, fucking what do you call it? But yeah, Linda. See here, Linda is just Linda. In my opinion, like the only reason why I chose that name for her is the name sounds very 90s. Like in my 25 years of life, I have never. I was born in 2000, by the way. Fucking in my 25 years of life, granted I was never born in the 90s, right? Like I have never met one person named Linda. Like, yeah. It's also the name Linda also kind of comes from that one fucking song. Diana. Linda, Diana. Someone's in the kitchen, right? Only difference is now Linda's gonna kill your ass. Someone's ass. That's just how it is. But yeah. That is just how it is with that. But yeah. Steven, though, Ben, I think we know why Ben the Spider's called Ben, alright? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's not too, obvious as I think. But yeah. But Steven, though, that's just Steven. His middle name also means something as well, but I'm keeping it as S, alright? He has a middle name that will be revealed later, but as like I don't want to reveal it yet. I want to have the series reveal it, kind of be a part of it, But yeah. Big part of it too, as well, is they call it there's always those fucking characters in cartoons that like we call it that just like they have like weird names, right? That like sometimes they're hard to remember, Not like normal names, but like calling someone fucking what's the name that I always fucking forget? Half the people on fucking like Total Drama and whatnot. I swear to God, I probably watched that season or those seasons like fucking 5 times. I have no idea who those people are, what their names were. The later seasons and whatnot. Like I know there's Cameron and Thunder, a guy named Thunder. But that name is so fucking dumb, you can't help but fucking remember it, honestly. They call it, but yeah. The only show that gets away with, like, naming their characters something so, like, on the nose. Nothing will ever come close to, like, Ben 10, in my opinion, when it comes to, like, names of, like, characters, right? Not like Ben and Kevin or like Gwen or whatever the fuck, right? But like, you know, calling your fucking diamond character, your diamond alien, diamond head. I get it. You know, it's supposed to be like a 10-year-old naming these aliens, right? So it's like he's not gonna have like, you know, some like thought-provoking names, right? Or like, you know, consideration. But like, I'm also sitting here like, all right, I get it, but like, yeah, some of them actually, I call it, I would like, I think they actually have like real names actually, but I don't know most of them. I call it, let me call it though. There was a, where was it? I remember there was a goddamn, like, species on there. Like a alien species that, like, what do we call it? The fuck was it? It was some species where it was just constant fucking chaos or some shit. I don't know. I think it was the species of like Cannonball or fucking Accelerate or some shit. I don't know. They had some weird lore when it came to some of those aliens and whatnot, you know? It's kind of funny. Apparently chromosome, it was like he would like the chromosome that Ben had was basically their Jesus and whatnot. It's basically fucking their version of God. They're just like, so, which makes almost, I mean, I understand, you know, it's a different species, right? I mean, no one's telling anyone that these people are like the strongest, right? But like, if the version of fucking chromosome that Ben has, I call him chromosome that Ben has is like supposed to be like a god amongst the goddamn aliens, right? Why the hell did he just get clobbered? I think I'm thinking the Vilgax fight in Alien Force, right? I remember, I'm not sure if it was before or after they fucking it had to be before actually, because that's when Chromosome died. But I just remember like there was a fucking episode before that or like sometime where they were like, oh yeah, that Chromosome guy. Yeah, that dude's basically God where I come from. And you're just like, wait, what? Say what now? Fucking. It would have been more comedic timing if they just said like, oh yeah, that do I need to fucking do these? Probably. It would have been funnier if like they like took they told that part of the story or they told like that plot line. False God. Fucking. They told that plot line after Ben loses chromosome or chromostone. Fucking. That would be. That would have been better, honestly. That's what I would have done, honestly. Fucking. I know if I wrote some of these like big, like TV shows, right, it would be the worst fucking shit imaginable. I would constantly be disrespecting the goddamn characters. Like, oh yeah, the alien just fucking lost. Yeah, he was your best fucking alien, you dumbass. Like, what the fuck happened? Fucking Chroma Stone. I always called him that when I was a kid. Fucking like, oh my god, it's Chromazone. The fuck? Like, how the like, I want to know who the hell in that room was thinking to themselves, "Oh yeah, check this guy out." Fucking on Alien Force Chroma Stone. We call this guy on. We're to call this man here Chromazone. Fucking who the fuck? Did no one ever think to themselves that someone might mistake? I mean, I understand, right? Reading it on paper, right? You know exactly what the hell it says, right? But every time I think of this guy, all I think is like Chromazone for some reason. I'm like, best part is I have no idea what the hell this guy even does. I know he fires like laser beam blasts. I think he flies, I think. Or maybe that's what made the god one a god, because he could fly. But like, I don't know. Maybe it was like gamma blast or some shit, but in my opinion, every kind of like different blasts, like energy blasts that they ever like performed in like Ben 10, right? Whether it's fire or like anything else, right? It always seemed like it just did the same damage, and that would be a lot or none at all. Like, where's your god now? No, I don't know. I think it was a massive upgrade that the Jesus Chroma Zone died, so we get Diamond Head back. All right, that was pretty fucking cool in my opinion, but it took a god. Who is your god? Chromazone. Clip that, no. Fucking we call it. But yeah, it would be I couldn't do that, honestly. I was thinking it could have like a name similar in my shit, right? But like to like sound like something else, right? And I could, but maybe not to that extent. Hmm. I don't know. It would take some like finagling. I truly believe you can write about anything as long as you use the correct wording, the correct scenes, and the best direction, I'd say. You know? Like some people just fucking what do you call it? They'll just write whatever. Not to say that people are bad, but like sometimes in movies, right? Sometimes there's just a fucking awkward scene, right? A lot of times I feel like some of those scenes, right, could just be directed better, you know? I don't know. Fucking. But I truly believe that with great writing comes great responsibility. And that if you are uh creative enough, you can write about damn near anything. And I'm gonna test that out for fucking sure. Just wait until you see the goddamn the LGBTQ fucking menu rework the snowmen try to push upon Steve and Linda and Ben. Just wait for that. That will decide if the fucking series takes off or dies. If people take it well, I think it might become a meme, maybe, or it will be the one image that tanks the entire season, the entire series. I'm not gonna say what's on the goddamn menu, but it might be trouble. Bisexual biscuit trouble. I almost can't wait to see the dislike button on the dislike count on the which episode gets the most dislikes, you know? Not that I'm gonna be like fishing for them, right? But like, you know. It's gonna be fun. I am fully expecting though. I'm not like, counting my fucking hens right now, saying, oh yeah, this is gonna be the fucking best shit ever. Fucking I'm still under the goddamn like idea that like this would either completely ruin any fucking reputation I have or I hope to gain online, or it's going to cause some other shit, you know? That is what I am already not looking forward to, but like can't say I won't have saw it. I can't say I wouldn't have saw it coming, you know? Which is not the best thing to say, but at least we call it. Honestly, I would rather if I'm gonna post something that's gonna be bad or it's gonna be seen a certain way, I'd rather be upfront about how like about it being like true or not true, like call it on purpose than me being like, oops, offended a whole belief, you know? But yeah, I don't know. I just remember too, like I remember too, we call it there's a lot of fucking South Park episodes they tried to like people tried to, cancel, right? Of course, But what do you call it? I remember too, in an interview, I'm not sure how true it is, of course, but the show writers were like, "Yo, we do a lot of research on like on the topics that they cover on the cartoon they do." You know, like to not be disrespectful towards that demographic and whatnot, or whatever the hell they're poking fun at. Again, that is what I be doing as well. see here. And after I... It's done. We have been going 2 hours longer than I had promised. Not that I'm gonna be like shutting this shit down right now, but like after I finish this portion of the model, I'll probably call off, you know? Call off and probably raid someone. Let's see here. Let me do this though. So what I'm doing right now though with the texture right. Man, I've gone over this over the start of the stream, but like I call it. I'm just making sure the lines are as telling as possible, you know? There are ways to kind of like add these lines through like generators and other crap like that, right? Something that will do the lines for me. However, a lot of those generators, right? Like it's hit or miss if like what you're putting down will look hand drawn or not, you know? Like what do you call it? Because like comic book style, I feel like, you know, it to make it work, it needs to look like it was done by hand, you know? And I don't mean generators as in like, you know, fucking we call it like generative, you know? Generative AI or whatever the fuck. And I say that because I know YouTube is YouTube, I mean maybe it only tracks words for like monetized channels, but I know for a fucking fact that you know, based on the words you say in a fucking we call it the words you say on a YouTube video, right? Will cause the platform to do something entirely different than what you want. Such as saying a curse word every 5 to 15 seconds. Or every 4 square words. Out of 5 square words, or whatever the fuck they have it now. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna do this though. I'm gonna get this line all the way across here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna see about using a levels widget thing to simply extend the colors that are going to be taking place underneath this here comic book line stuff. And then we'll be done with this portion of the damn fucking library. Not to say that I'm only working on this stuff on stream, of course, right? Like, ideally, I want to come to stream work on something different every time, you know? Just as a personal goal, not really caring if I end up having to work on something else, but, you know, it would be easy. Let's see here. Alright, I'm gonna go right there with this. Then I'm gonna go for a levels. Turn off wireframe real fast. Alright. Make sure this thing is actually doing what I would love it to do. Alright. Alright, let's see here. So, you know, I want this to be minutes. Cool. Then we'll hear about the right? And I'm going to turn off the goddamn distance thing. And let's see here. This, so here's my doing the lines right, the lines like that is because then looking at this from a distance, just because we're on as well, easily. Cool. Let me get you there on. Alright. Okay. Now alright. I have been going for about 5 hours now, and I am going to be heading off, and I'm gonna start working on. Oops. I'm gonna head off, take a break, stand up a little bit, walk around, then come back and work on those sheets and whatnot for Steven, Linda, and Ben for your Mercury. But tomorrow I'll start a stream up again at 3:30 p.m. PST. We might be doing some maybe some skin weighting on the character over there. You know? But yeah. Anyway, thank you for everyone for coming by. Apologize for being gone for so goddamn long. And yeah. Again, I would raid. But don't have enough people to raid. Whatever. Alright. I'll see you all tomorrow.